I won't slow down, building my empire in this buzzing town, casting my vision on the silver screen, my funded life, a vivid sheen, my funded futures, light the way.
Good morning, traders. Happy Friday. That intro song is fire. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, My Funded Futures, DH, Flashy, Keith, Renee. So today we have a wonderful show lined up for you. Let's welcome our traders, Bull, Barbie, and Nick Does Futures.
Good morning.
What's going on, guys?
Good morning. How are you guys?
Good. I'm so glad that you recorded that lovely soundtrack for us to start the show off with.
100%. Give her the Grammy at this point.
And just a secret singer? No, it's not me, you guys. I wish. It sounds amazing, though. I love that song. It always gets me in a dancing, happy mood. So did you guys see the overnight move?
Yeah, we got a little bit. I mean, we're still in the same range, though, so it's hard to get too excited. But yeah, we're back down to 26.85.
Yeah, I just happened to open up my charts after
62.85. I can't even talk. 62.85.
62.85. Was it yesterday you were looking for 62.75 or the day before?
That's just kind of been, I mean, we're playing the same levels all week. We're not making any progress, so back there.
Okay, who wants to go first today on Fantastic Friday?
I can give Nick a break.
I'll go first.
Oh, he wants to. Okay, we'll let him go.
It's the new haircut. It's got some pep in your step.
Nah, it's like I'm back to almost 100% in terms of health here. So that's what it is. I just feel better.
And you're feeling fly with the new haircut.
Yeah, 100%. All right, so like Barbie said, we're unfortunately the move that happened last night covered a whole daily range in like 15 minutes, and it didn't move us out of the range, it moved us back into the range. So you kind of have to, now that it's confirmed what we were talking about earlier in the week, that we could probably see some consolidations. On Monday I was talking about that. You have to kind of shift your mindset from making profits to protecting your capital, and that is making money as well. Because like, say you maybe just make $1,000 per account this week, right? Maybe just 500. Maybe in 2 weeks you can really step on it towards the end of the month, and that's where you make your money, because you're not giving back unnecessary profits on unnecessary moves, just trying to participate and trying to take moves just for the sake of taking trades. So daily chart here, I was watching this level to going into today before that move down last night around like 8 p.m. It wouldn't surprise me if we got back up here. The 4-hour chart, I mean, this is just, let me show you guys something too. So this is the, actually, let me go to the daily real quick. I'll go back to the 4-hour. So this is the 1 hour, and this is the range. This is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and this is Friday. So the weekly open is right here. So we're really only 70 points below the weekly open. And we've traded through it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times in 5 days. So not really watching a whole lot today, mainly just in capital preservation mode and just trying to protect the win I had yesterday. I'll break down that trade real quick. Let me just pick. Oh wow, this is my first time looking at gold. Of course, it just
yeah, I went the other way.
Yeah, I went the other way. So this could be something we could watch going into today. This high was what I was looking for, either this high or this low, but I didn't really know which side of the market I wanted to go to, because it kept just disrespecting bearish PD arrays and bullish ones, and now it just decided to rip ever since midnight or since London up to this high. So maybe one thing we could do here is play a retracement back into this gap at the close here, maybe at 10 o'clock for a move higher. That's the only thing you should probably be watching. I wouldn't be looking for shorts, at least not until we get here with strong displacement lower. So that'll be something I'm watching. Mainly just set my timer at 10 o'clock. And let me break down the trade from yesterday that I had. So this was it right here. So going into the session, I had no idea what was going on. If you guys remember, we were obviously in the range. I said, we need to probably put in a couple of, 5-minute candles, 15-minute candles, just, market needs to open. I need to get something a lot more clear. So we did have the SMT that I marked off, but we also created another SMT. And this is an example of like a time-based liquidity with SMT, because right at 9:30, this one ran up and took this high on the 5-minute chart, and it displays very nicely lower. And I did want to move lower to then go higher, but devil's advocate that I was kind of looking for was if it keeps going lower, it could target these Asia lows. So I initially went short, I think around like 2039, 2040, and my stop was right here at this close of this fair value gap, targeting down to here. And that was the setup. We also had a bullish fair value gap somewhere in here, but like I say, we didn't get no respect of that level, so it just kept going lower. So I'm gonna hold my position. I'm not gonna take partials or anything like that unless price just gets a bounce in that level. I'll reevaluate. And yeah, so that was a trade yesterday. So entered right here on this breaker on this close. Yeah, that was it. And then I also got long again. Let me take these off. I got long. This was why this is a great example of just waiting for your setups to happen. So I got long right around this level. Right here, we inverse this gap. And I was looking for a move back to this high. We never got it on NQ. We did get it on ES, or we at least got to back to all-time highs. So we closed above this gap right here, right at 10:45. We went long in the Discord, and I was looking up to 2070, 2069, I believe, somewhere in here. And I eventually got stopped out right around in here in profit, just because it was a longer trade. It took, obviously like 4 or 5 hours. And I told everyone that's probably going to happen because of, such a big move down that we had. And I was anticipating NQ, even though it's slower, but once it catches up to the trend of ES and sometimes that YM, it can really take off, like we saw, I think it was last Wednesday. But we never got that at all yesterday. But overall, 2 for 2 yesterday. We had the short down, stop and profit right here, and I think I finished 2 for 3 on the week, or 3 for 4 on the week. Overall, a pretty solid week. But I'm going to be preserving capital today, but I'll be watching this gold setup right here. But indices, I had way more interest for indices before that big move down last night in Asia than I did that I do right now. That just kind of messed with me a little bit. I was anticipating, just a bounce somewhere in here to target back to all-time highs. Now I just don't know what we're going to do in here. Maybe Barbie and Terry can give us some setups, or maybe at 9:30 I'll see something a lot more clear that sticks out to me. But if you guys have any questions, make sure to put them in the chat for me. I don't think I missed anything.
Awesome trades, Nick.
Yeah, appreciate it. I think we were all short yesterday, right around the same levels with the same TPs, just about, with completely different strategies.
Yeah, I can show you what I had going on too.
Yeah, let's see it, Barbie.
Well, y'all saw the short on the orb short that I took on NASDAQ. So that was, I wasn't even sure if I was going to go short. I was kind of looking for a long based on my ES analysis, but I wasn't ready for it where we were. So I went ahead and took this short while I was kind of waiting for that to set up. And that one did pay. So I take it right at the break. I don't wait for a candle close or anything like that, because candle close, that's going to put us way down here and screw up my math on a breakout trade. I don't like it. So I take it right on the break, and I took it to this target, the middle target down here, since it was just a one lot trade. And I will get into, I'm going to teach y'all how I do the scaling out of these soon. I'm trying to make sure I have the best way to teach y'all that. But once that was booked up, and this was kind of like right as we were closing, one of the things that I was looking for was that bounce. And I was like, if we had gotten down into the 85 area, I would have bought that all day long. But I was also really watching the 6,300 yesterday. So what I was watching, and I left this marked out on the chart. I ended up popping on and sharing this trade after, but I saw this trend that we were forming, which is really the same thing that we were looking at on NASDAQ, but ES just wasn't making that deep move down. In fact, if I put the orb tool on this one, you can kind of compare. We only went down to the first orb target on ES. It just wasn't feeling as heavy. It was looking like it was still really wanting to test that high yesterday. So when I saw this kind of trend line break here, this is where I got in. I think my entry was around 6304, so somewhere in this mess. And I still thought, and I said this yesterday morning, that I thought we were going to test the highs, or that it was decently likely that we were going to test that high. And so eventually we did. It took a while. It was kind of a all day thing. I trailed out somewhere in the 20s. I don't remember exactly because I had stuff to do, but it did end up going all the way out. If I had just left it run, it would have hit for me. So yeah, I had the same thing yesterday. Got the short, got the long. Was like, I'm done. I'm going to take that and run. And part of that is just kind of what I see going on in the market right now. So I mentioned yesterday, I drew this box yesterday. It's still there, that we're just bouncing around inside of the same range. And the way that I look at this when I'm trying to frame the plays that I'm looking at for the day, is the market's not willing to make progress yet. We're not making higher numbers or lower numbers. We're just staying in the same zone. We're just consolidating. So it doesn't matter how you look at it. If you're looking at the TTM squeeze, we're going to be getting into a daily squeeze here and an hourly squeeze and things like that. If you're looking at accumulation distribution, it doesn't really matter how you look at it. We are consolidating and we're getting ready for a bigger move. And it makes a ton of sense to not have it this week since we didn't have any big catalysts. I'm always looking for a catalyst for that. So there we are. But the other thing that I'm paying attention to, especially at the beginning and the end of the week, is what our weekly candle looks like. So here's the ES weekly chart. And if we end up anywhere near where we are right now, and we very well could, we're going to end up with kind of a weekly doji. And I've been looking for this retracement. I don't know if we're going to get all the way down into the weekly 21, but I was looking for a retracement, at least, into the daily levels. I'll pull up the daily chart real quick. Basically down into 6,200 or even a little bit lower into the 6,250 area. That would just be an ideal retracement for my swing trading strategy. So I'm still really watching for that, and I'm hoping we get that. I just don't know if we're going to get it today. So I'm being really, really patient on that. The other thing is, when the market's sitting here consolidating, we're kind of waiting for, we see it in the technicals. We see the EMAs and everything catching up, but it's not just the EMAs catching up. It's participants are kind of catching up with this idea of 6,300 being a decent deal on ES or not. So it could be that after consolidating, we end up taking off to the upside. And we're still waiting on that catalyst, that big news thing that's going to push us through. So in the meantime, it makes a lot of sense that we just chop around kind of in the same area. But what that ends up looking like is just these same areas, these same levels we're playing over and over and over again. I haven't really had to change my chart this week. I think I've added some pre-market levels here and there, but even the pre-market levels are kind of hitting the same spots. So it's gotten kind of obvious. But so for today, we're right back at this major area. This was a breakout point on the higher time frame charts. And it's been a big magnet, a major spot that the market just keeps gravitating back to. So we're back there on a Friday. There's a few things that I think could happen. I mean, we could just like kind of bounce off of this, tag the 63 and keep heading back up, kind of like what we did yesterday. I'm terrible with these arrows. But the other thing we could do is actually rip through here and start making a move lower and test down into the 66, probably take a little pause and even get down into the the 40s, basically, the 62.40 area. And at the same time, like this is not a major move in either direction, but that's kind of the range that the market is showing us that it's kind of looking at, because it's still kind of keeping us in the same area. And we could end up just kind of chopping around this level too and getting a lot of fake outs. So I have to be really cautious of that. I especially when these levels have been worn in all week, it gets a little bit trickier to set your stops on them and things. And so I end up feeling like I have to have looser stops, which makes me more cautious. But yeah, I'm kind of looking to see if we end up right back where we're opening after the end of the day, even if we make a move lower. So we do have the levels lower. I'll call those out for you. We have a more minor level at 62.75, and then 62.66 would be the next target down from that if we start losing that level. And then below that, 62.50, and I have the 62.46 marked. This was the actual wick low from was that this Monday? Yeah, this Monday. So that's our weekly low right there, the 62.46. So that would be a pretty obvious target for a move lower. And if we do get a move higher, 6,300 is pretty obvious there. We keep I was joking and someone in the chat that every time I look at the chart, we're at 6,300. But so that's the next obvious one above. And then we have the 63.15, 63.25, and that high again, it was at 63.33, now it's at 63.35. So that's, I don't expect us to do anything dramatic outside of those levels. I think we're probably just going to be playing the same levels today.
Thank you, Barbie. Yeah, it seems like the consolidation that you're showing us, I wonder if next week that could be the catalyst with earnings seasons next week, which everyone tune in next week, because Barbie will be sharing some information about earnings and why that's so important and all of that.
So we do have, it's not just earnings. So I'll bring this calendar up for this. This is this week's calendar. I mean, it's already done. But next week, we don't have anything on Monday. Things could pop up. You never know when we're going to have a Fed speaker or Trump pop up on the calendar. So we'll need to check it. But the big things that the market's waiting on is CPI. It's always a big one. PPI is a big one. And then retail sales unemployment is a big one. Consumer sentiment too. But it's usually, since it's coming after all of this, I think that this is going to be kind of where the fireworks are. Traditionally, this is what the Fed is relying heavily on to make their decisions, and they should still be doing that. But there's a lot of politics going on with the Fed, with Powell and Trump, basically. So I don't think we're getting as straightforward stuff out of the Fed as we usually do, unfortunately. But yeah, so we do have the earnings season starting. I don't think we have, it's not fully stacked next week, but we have a couple interesting ones coming.
Awesome. Thank you, Barbie. Oh, MyFundedFutures is cooking up something. MyFundedFutures says in chat, all right, chat, listen up. Something good is coming. Everyone smash the like button, share the show. Let's set the first bounty. 8 minutes until the market is going to open. What are your thoughts? What do you think, Nick, for a bounty?
Where are we at? And by the way, if you guys see me like move off the screen, it's because I have my iPad here, where the YouTube chat's at. So like I'm not like I'm paying attention to you guys for sure. We are at 396 right now, 114 likes. It's Friday, so we gotta go big, right?
Friday. It's also Friday, like relaxing Friday too.
That's how I'm going to be hitting it this a little bit later.
Yeah.
Maybe let's let Barbie pick, because she knows all about these numbers and stuff. I don't.
Oh, I'm going to make it 10 million.
Yes. Barbie's going to set it so high. Nick, so we need you to help bring it a little lower. And then we'll meet in the middle.
I think we did 777 the other day.
We did.
I'm seeing some of that one again.
Should we do 800? Okay, so MyFundedFutures, what MyFundedFutures is cooking. MyFundedFutures said, share the stream on Twitter and Instagram with your own words. Tag us at MyFundedFutures and MyFundedTV, and I will pick 10 people, end of day, from social media. Game on, 100K Starter Plus account.
I'm
Awesome.
coming over
Thank
for
you.
ribeye later, it looks like.
That sounds delicious.
I'm hungry. Let's talk about steak.
We're coming over. We'll bring some beverages. Okay, so back to setting the bounty though. What do you guys think? So
Well, we
yesterday it was
went 3 for 3
777.
yesterday, and the bounty was what, 777. So let's do
Yeah, that's pretty
777.
lucky.
Huh?
All
I'm
right,
feeling it.
let's do it. 777. First bounty is set. Chat, smash that like button. 2 hands. Let's get this party going. 6 minutes until the market is going to open. NASDAQ is at about negative 112 in the red, and ES is at negative 36 in the red. Yes, so the overnight news, that was, I believe, Trump tweeting on his social media platform, Truth Social, and about Canada tariffs. So that was that. But we did recover a bunch of it overnight. It just seems like if you're shorting, you have to be quick. Like you can't just like let it run.
I agree. That's a very good. You're on the opposite side of daily or weekly order flow, so you need to be, you need to be more like nimble with your profits. Obviously, right?
Yeah, got to be nimble. Have to learn to take profits, trail stops if that's part of your strategy. So I know I've asked you guys before, like, what do you think is more important, your entry or your exit? And you both were like, your entry is so important because it can help you not have to sit in a trade and like sweat. If you get into a bad entry, you can just sweat, which
It
sucks.
definitely is. It makes the whole difference because it makes the difference between being able to trail your stop and I take partials. So it gives me the ability to take partials and then just chill. And I absolutely love that. That just, I don't want to be stressing over every single trade. But the way I look at this is, so I made a lot of money in real estate before I came into this. And I will tell you, I made my money buying properties at a good deal. I made money selling them, but the difference, I mean, what I actually made was always dependent on what I bought it at. And so I've kind of carried that same mentality into here. I have to get as good of at the best price possible if I'm going to be able to manage an appropriate stop and all that and actually have a successful trade.
Yes. So you really win on the entry, the price that you buy makes it a lot easier. Any advice for someone that's having a tough time, like booking profits? It's not me. I'm just asking for a friend.
Well, I mean, I don't know what you mean by having trouble booking profits, but when you enter a trade, you have your entry and you have your exit, and that's both your stop loss and your take profit. So, so my take profit is always either, so if we've got the orb strategy, it's based on the distance of the range. If I'm targeting a level, the level's right there. That's where my exit is. It drives me crazy if I miss my exit by a few ticks. So I give myself a few ticks buffer, and then it's just not really an issue. Either the trade works out and we take profit and the idea was a good one, or it doesn't. And either we're at that failure rate, or I just need to reevaluate that trade.
Just like leave it alone. Okay, in chat, MyFundedFutures just dropped the form for a chance to win a free 50K Starter Plus account. So make sure you guys go and fill out that form. That is how you can win a free account when we spin the wheel. And Barbie and I will be spinning the wheel together with you to announce the winners before the end of our segment of our show. So make sure you go and fill that out. It's always one of the highlights of the week. I love doing that. Okay, how are we doing on likes? We have less than 2 minutes before market is going to open. Oh my gosh, we busted the bounty hit. Awesome job, guys. So we have hit that first bounty that unlocks a treasure. We don't know when. It can be in the next minute, 30 seconds. It can be in the next 20 minutes. But MyFundedFutures will drop a code on the screen for either a free account or for a reset, a free reset. They are limited, so you have to be fast. So everyone stay on your toes. It would be it would be interesting if this whole move retraces, like we just get a full gap fill of 100 points.
I think that's on the table.
I definitely do too. I mean, these things are just, these end up being major targets when we have a drop down like that. And I'm not even looking at it as a gap. I'm looking at it as a bunch of inefficient trading above that the market's going to want to go check. Because like on ES, it's not a gap, but it's an inefficiency. And the market loves to trade to inefficiencies. And we have a major inefficiency above us.
Yeah, this whole area. Inefficiency right here.
So it's a 90-point, I think, gap. I mean, I don't look at the regular trading now as too much, but
yeah,
it's 90 points.
Those gaps don't have
Right
as good of
here.
the stats as I like as the actual futures gap. I've got a beautiful setup. We don't get those very much, but
Okay. I think if we can trade above VWAP, I might hop in with a micro and aim for that fill back to unchanged. Back to that inefficiency that it can oh, we are open. Market is open. Dang it, Barbie. We missed the countdown. Okay, market is pushing higher. I am going to hop in with my 1 micro. And I'm going to put my Let's go. I'm going to put my stop below the overnight low. We will see what happens. And I'm not going to go for like a 1-to-1. This is a little bit more than a 1-to-1. This is my $200 bracket. So this TP is $200 minus commission.
All right, well, I'm taking some. I'm taking some off there. I was actually already in, but I'm taking some off at 6,300 there. I already did.
Nice trade, Barbie.
It was the 62.85 bounce. Like
your levels.
Market.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like the analysis, everyone's like, well, how do you know where your entries and your exit are? It's just that pre-market homework. It's I just can't stress that enough. Like being prepared for the day makes it so you're not having to try to figure all this out as you're trying to execute trades. Executing is hard enough. So I don't like to try to do my analysis while I'm executing. I separate it.
Yeah, it's really hard to process information, analyze, and execute all at the same time. It doesn't, bad things can happen. It's easy to get emotional then, I think, and just like you basically have no plan. And I know from personal experience, that's usually like the erratic trading. Like that's like, oh, let me go long, let me go short. Oh, wait, market
I think a lot of people,
flipping.
people think they have a plan, which is, if the market's doing this, then I'll do that. But then once the market opens, they throw all that out the window. And I mean, what I started doing, because I was having the same thing, is like I would have my whole plan sitting here and then I wouldn't trade it. So I started literally writing it down. And so I have the levels right here. All I have to do is engage with the market when it gets to these levels and my job's done. But otherwise, we're like trying to like get creative and do other stuff and call it our plan, and it's not our plan. I've done that too. It's like, well, I have a plan. It's like, but does your plan have an entry, a stop loss, a take profit, and something that you can actually execute without trying to figure everything out as you're going? That's hard.
Yeah. I liked your tip about like writing it down and then that way it's written down instead of just like in our mind.
And I'll send this out. I haven't been very good about this week, but I'll send it out to the people that subscribe to my stuff too, where I actually have it written out on the chart, like what I'm doing at the different levels.
Yeah, everyone go check out bullbarbie.com for Barbie's resources and also Nick's X account because Nick streams live also, but both these guys stream live outside of our wonderful show, of course. But yeah, go check out both of their stuff on Bull Barbie, and then Nick, you are on X, and people can check out your Discord through Bento, right? And they get to that through your X.
Yeah, that's correct.
I think we've got links in the description too if you're on YouTube.
Yes, exactly. All the links are in our description. So this week's promo continues. It's 50% off any account, any size with code YouTube, and you get to use that once. And then after that, it's 15% off any accounts, and that one is unlimited. Use code YouTube to help support the traders and also to help support the show. Thanks, guys. So my trade is looking a little red here.
You in a long?
Yeah, in a long, hoping for a gap fill, and the stop is below overnight low, and then looking for 100 points. So we'll just let this run. It's with 1 micro, which feels fantastic. I'm like, ooh, relaxed, not sweating. not in like 10 minis. Okay, Tony just asked, anyone's going to do the 5-minute orb? I would, but I'm already in this trade. Anyone in chat, are you thinking of doing the 5-minute orb?
Let's see. See if I have any questions here.
Barbie's booking profits. I'm not sure if you're going to enter in a new trade, Barbie, into the 15.
We'll see.
Are you managing a few trades right now?
The orb trade is a systematic trade. You enter it every time. I answer that question every day.
Well, there are people who are watching who are new to our show, so.
It'll be.
So Barbie will be entering because it is a systematic trade. Let's do some celebration, you guys. Jan passed another funded account on the London session.
Oh, wow.
Congratulations, Jan. Everyone smash the confetti button.
London, I'm looking at London right now. Looks very nice in terms of price action.
Right?
Yeah.
So
sometimes
clean.
I wish I didn't have to sleep.
And then also, let's see, Zilt's Fire HD just got paid out on three Starter Plus accounts. Congratulations. Yeah, so MyFundedFutures is doing the automatic payouts, which is amazing. So it's in less than a second. Count milliseconds, which is so nice. Everyone can go buy their steaks for the BBQ later.
Someone asked me what I think about shorts on NQ. Honestly, I don't really think about I'm not really thinking about shorts. I'm actually thinking about longs. I know that little 15-minute candle looks bearish so far with like a big wick, but we have this SMT here on the 15-minute chart. We closed above this breaker here. I'm just watching to see if we can get a move higher from here. I would have liked for it to just pump right here at 9:30 open, but I don't like how it's wicking down here. So maybe it can recover here in the next like 8 minutes or so, but a little undecided on that. But then again, I don't really have a target for short. I mean, I guess you could target Asia low. I mean, Asia low would be the only thing to really target.
We're getting a little bit, I don't know, when I look at the hourly and even the 4-hour, we're getting a little bit extended into the lower side. So that's I've been favoring the longs a little bit too. We're not quite as low as I would love to be, but it's kind of the same thing as yesterday where maybe if we just waited out a sec, we'd be able to break back through.
All right, everyone stay on your toes. A code could drop any minute. We have unlocked that first bounty. So a code will drop on the screen. It will be either for a free reset or for a free account. And it is limited. There'll be usually, I feel like it's like usually anywhere between 25 free accounts up to maybe 55-ish. Yeah, so it can happen anytime. Market is pushing down. People who were in the 5-minute orb got tagged in short.
Oh yeah, the regular trading hour. Someone, yeah. I mean, big gap here for sure on that, but let's see what happens. This looks a lot like yesterday in terms of a fake move up at 9:30, 9:35, and then move lower towards Asia. So I'm interested to see how this displacement, if it just keeps going or not.
Yeah, it is.
It looks like a, I don't know. You can't frame anything. I want to see how this candle closes. That'll be everything for me in 2 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, like yesterday in pre-market, we were looking at the charts and there really wasn't much happening. And then once the market opened, everything changed.
It's dumped, yeah.
Yeah. There is a form for everyone to fill out in chat for a free giveaway later. Barbie and I will be doing the wheel together. So that is how you get a chance to win a free account.
Let's see here.
It's going to be so awesome when we go up to 5 funded accounts.
Yeah, I'll be pretty sweet.
Yeah. It'll be, we'll have more opportunities to kind of spread the risk and have more opportunities for more profits too.
Oh, someone passed their account.
Yeah. SBM, MyFundedFutures TV. Yeah, passed your 50K. Congratulations. Keep us updated. We love hearing about people passing accounts, taking payouts. It's very inspiring. All right, market is negative 123 points in the red. NASDAQ and ES is negative 40 points. Some big red candles in the ES.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna talk about this short idea potentially.
Oh, share. Do tell us.
I don't like this close right here. I would have liked it to close below this level. I don't like the wick, but you could use this to target down to Asia lows. This looks a lot like the setup we had yesterday.
Mhm.
You could stop here if Asia is the target. Yeah, you could get a little wide on your stop loss target down to here. I'm in pretty light just because it's Friday. Entry for me is 893, so I'm a little above here. I was initially looking at longs to fill that gap, but once I saw this huge wick right here, I'm like, oh my god, like this is not. This looks like a Judas swing higher. Like, this does not look good. And we have untapped lows from Asia right here, so we'll see what happens. And pretty light since it's Friday. I don't like to give back money too much, but if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask.
Oh, I have a question for you, Nick.
Yo.
That trade that you took yesterday that you were in for like several hours that you shared in your Discord, what helps you to stay in trades for so many hours?
Yeah, that's a good question. Well, I told everyone yesterday that, this trade is probably going to take a long time to play out because it was from I think 10 to 11:30 when we were streaming, it was already being a little slow, and your risk needs to be lower so you can let that play out. Because if you're sized in heavy on, let's say, a 1 minute execution, right? You're using the 1 minute for execution, then you're going to be looking at every single 1 minute candle and just give you anxiety. So you need to like size down and just put on risk to a point where you don't care about what happens. And that's where you can go to the gym, you can do whatever and just kind of like put your phone down. But like if you're sized in heavy, there's no way you're gonna be walking around like this all day. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's important to have proper risk on the table.
Okay. Secret is in the sizing.
Correct. Yeah, definitely. Like you cannot hold for long periods of times if you're taking full size, in my opinion. Like you need to be comfortable with the amount of risk that you're putting on.
Yes. Like
that's the biggest thing.
That's such a good indicator. Like, are you walking around like this?
And then if you are, then just go ahead and cut it in half. You know what I mean? Like cut the size. If you're in 5 macros or 5 minis, go to 2 or 3,
Yeah.
I think that's the best thing to do.
Thank you, Nick. That's super helpful.
Yeah, size down on the singular accounts, but increase the number of accounts. Best way to do it.
Yes. Yeah, you and Barbie both shared that with us, and that is the way to do it. Spread out the risk is what you both have shared with us.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone,
I used to think you should just pile it all in, like copy your trade to every single account that you have. But in practice, it's not that simple. It doesn't actually work that well.
No.
It'd be a double-edged sword.
Yeah, exactly. And your accounts are at different places, right? Because if you're adding a new one, it doesn't have the buffer in it. The new ones aren't as fun, right? Like you have to baby them a little bit. So
yeah. Corey, the phone trader, is in the house, and he says, "What is up, funded futures people? I'm going to make this a regular tune-in." Yay. Corey trades with MyFundedFutures also. Keep us updated. I think you were about to pass an account to get into funded, Corey. Let us know how that's going. Okay, my short is not looking so pretty, but it is okay because I have accepted the risk. Oh, here we go. It might get tagged. Barbie's 15-minute orb is probably tagged in right now.
yeah, if it's tagged, I just have it on set on NQ today.
Yeah.
I was actually looking. I was trolling around. So gold, I feel like, has kind of made it smooth. I was trying to look what else. I'm trying to take a look at crude a little bit too. I'm on the wrong chart. Hang on.
Talking about crude.
Were you looking at crude?
Someone in chat brought it up.
Yeah. Well, it's made this nice little retracement here, but it's kind of looking like it might still have some room. I'm like literally just starting to look at this. I did not look at this yet, but I don't know. We might get it back up into this wick today. This is the 15-minute, so I'm not even zoomed out that much, and I'm seeing these kind of juicy, tasty swing highs up here. But so we already had a bull flag break. If you got this, this is what I would have preferred to play.
Oh,
right
code
here.
drop.
Oh, code drop. 50
would
free
never consider
resets.
that.
Use code 1ST Treasure. Let us know if you got it.
They already pulled that because it's probably already gone.
It goes super
if you got it.
fast. Yes, congratulations. Keeping us on our toes. Thank you, MyFundedFutures, for the free accounts. Bill E got one. Woohoo! Renee got one. Oh, okay. Someone said accepted but not found. So if it ever says accepted, it means you got it in, but you didn't check out fast enough. Like whoever checked out, those people got it right before you. So, but hang out, tune in with us because we will have more giveaways throughout the entire show and throughout the entire day. Sorry, Barbie. For interrupting.
Okay, like I feel like we kind of missed out on this too. Hopefully this is what SBM is in here because I didn't catch this. I was watching a different chart and I didn't see this one, but this is one of my favorite trade setups is when you see a trend line break, just a really simple, clean trend line break like this. This one was on a 15-minute. I love the 5-minute and the 15-minute trend line breaks. So hopefully this is what SMB saw. I do see more room on it left. Like I would have rather, we were talking about good entries. I would have rather had my entry like way down in here. But yeah, I would be trailing a crude long right now. See if we can get close to as close to 69 as possible. Because we've got those highs just underneath the highs up. These swing highs go up to 68.94. I'm really looking at this one too, because I love these wicks that are just like in the middle of nowhere. The market seems to too. So,
thanks.
Oh, you can't see my thing. I changed the size of my stuff and I didn't adjust it yet. So there's that level 68.65.
68.65. Corey did pass 2 accounts, so you have 2 funded accounts now. Congratulations, Corey, the phone trader.
Go.
Let's go.
And he's a phone trader, and I don't know how y'all do that.
Yeah, he only trades on his cell
crazy.
phone.
Y'all wild in with that. All right, we are getting a decent bounce on the indexes here, so
we're getting a bounce.
We'll see. I mean, it's just chopping around. The way I look at ES right now is just chopping around that 62.85 level. This is just people getting in and out of orders. It's not doing anything too extremely exciting.
Yeah, I just got stopped out on my short on NASDAQ on that big 5-minute candle just now. Entry was here, stop loss was here, TP was Asia lows. It looks like it, instead of like this was the like fake move, thinking, we go lower, close below, retest, the same setup as I had yesterday, but looks like the market may want to go higher from here. So I'll have to probably look at ES too. Gold did not put in a gap right here, unfortunately. It's kind of,
it's kind of run away from us a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't know how to enter gold right now.
It's wild. Gold is wild, making these big moves.
Well, gold makes beautiful, beautiful moves. It's just sometimes they're in the sessions that we miss overnight, which kind of sucks, but
yeah,
sometimes we get them during our session. That's why I play with it for my algos, because potentially that can work while I'm sleeping. I haven't been brave enough to leave them going without some sort of babysitting, but in theory, it does well overnight with gold.
Gold. We love the 18-karat gold. Okay, so MyFundedFutures says, who is participating in the social media giveaway, chat? So just a reminder, everyone, share the stream on Twitter and Instagram with your own words. Tag us at MyFundedFutures and MyFundedTV. And MyFundedFutures is going to pick 10 people before the end of today's trading day to give you a free account, a free 100K Starter Plus account. And there are no activation fees with MyFundedFutures, so it is completely free, which is awesome.
I'm trying to see why we bounced from here. Oh, my cat's outside. Okay, cool.
Because the market wanted to.
Yeah, pretty much. I have this level. I mean, yeah. If you look at this hourly candle right now, it looks a little indecisive. Especially on ES. NQ is going higher, but I would have liked a low sweep here, creating a divergence at SMT and then go higher. So this is just a little odd to me. But if you're looking to target the upside, probably 003, I think would be a good spot to target. I'm just gonna sit here and reevaluate now that I got stopped out on this short.
Okay. Rocky Mountain Trader Trump says, said Trump is talking to reporters now. Rocky Mountain Trader. Thank you.
Sure? Oh my gosh, I had no idea.
Yeah, I didn't even come across nothing's come across the feed yet. I didn't even know about that.
Yeah, no, I didn't either.
So it's not a planned meeting.
Anything can happen in this market. My goodness. Okay, NASDAQ is still down in the red, about 74 points. It is pushing for a new New York high of the day during New York session. We'll see what will happen. ES is down negative 33 points about. Chat, are you guys long or short?
I was looking at this, like everyone's thinking the market's going to dump because Trump's talking. And I don't know if y'all have been around when Trump's talking. Sometimes it dumps, sometimes it flies.
Yeah.
We have to remember not to put our personal opinions about Trump into these ideas. I know it's hard not to have an opinion. He's very polarizing.
He definitely is. I think everyone can agree on that.
1 minute talk, like holy shit.
I miss when we didn't have to agree about everything, honestly.
Yeah.
Those were the days.
Back in the day. Pigeon is long. Fox Tune is, you put LS, is that your long and your short? Or longs? Eric is long. Pine Tree Trader is full port long.
Oh wow, full port long. I would have liked it to go
Believe him.
long right at 9:30 open.
I'm pretty sure he's capping.
Yeah.
He's capping.
Oh, so speaking of full porting, Ninja Trader is doing another competition.
Mhm.
So if you want to full port, you can do that, and you can do it for free and potentially win a prize, which is always fun. Yeah, Barbie hosted one, and a bunch of
There are
traders.
places to full port, and there are places not to full port. I don't full port in my account that I put the money in because I like to keep it.
Yeah.
That's just me though.
Denny Jones said,
If I spend money, it's going to be at Dior, not in the market.
Not to give to other traders, Barbie.
We're just giving it to the market. Are we giving it to other traders? I'm like, I would rather give it to other traders in my group than just to the random market.
Yeah. Dior sounds way more fun. So Denny Jones asked, where can people sign up for that? It is, I'll get the website.
It's arena.ninjatrader.com.
Okay. There it goes.
Barbie, did you ever take anything on oil on that?
No, I don't. It was too high up for me.
Yeah.
Waiting for it to come back down. But I'm kind of watching that, I don't know, 67.5-ish, kind of the top of that flag. See if it bounces off of there. I was looking at a different chart. I'll put it up here. So that would be kind of in this area. 67.5 is what I was talking about.
Yeah, the hourly looked pretty good. I just wish I would saw it, maybe earlier.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying too. I wish I had seen this flag break, but I'm too late for it. SMB got it at least, so it's not a loss.
Are you guys leaning bullish or bearish on indices now?
I still think we're gonna make this little move higher. It's too attracted. ES is too attracted to 6,300, and then we have we have a kind of hole above that is probably going to need to be tested. And we're at the hourly. We weren't all the way to hourly oversold kind of area, but we're getting there. So we're pretty close to that. And when we're pretty close to that at a major support level, that's more of a long to me than anything else.
Yeah, are you?
I just got an email from a Dior marketing email. That's funny. They're listening to our chat.
They're listening. Yeah, my long is on the one micro I put on, hoping for a gap fill. It is in the green. It's about $30-ish in the green. So we will just let that run. And TP is at $200 minus commissions. So maybe we get TP today. That would be pretty cool. As far as the indexes, Nick, you were asking what Barbie and I think. I think that next week, if the catalysts could potentially send us higher, if all of the information is positive, it is possible. Yeah. Anything can happen, though. I mean, my goodness.
I saw something about them potentially cutting rates at the July meeting. A lot of I think Waller was talking about it. He said they were just too high. Yeah. So I mean, if that happens,
about the fall, but we've always been looking at September. I think I can go look at the thing again now.
Well, July, and then there's not one in August, but there's one early September. So this is the last one before the one in September. I think it's July 30th, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah, July 30th, and they currently have it at a 6.5% chance of dropping the rate. But then if we go to September, it's way better. It's like a 65% chance. Let me see if I can pull this up for my.
Okay.
So that would be very good for the market with.
Well, I mean, at the point though, like this is very expected. That's what you have to remember is it expected or not? So if we're going to get a big major move, it's going to be something that's not expected.
The market might already be pricing in. That's kind of what she's saying.
Right. So that if you go to my, do I have it up? Yeah. So if you go to my screen, this is what's expected. So what's expected right now is there's a 93% chance that the rate is going to be 425 to 450, which is where we are. So that's a pause. They used to say pause, but that means they're not going to change it, and they're going to keep it where it is. 93% chance of that happening right now. So if we get that, we're going to have a dud of a CPI. Again, we've had a lot of duds lately. If we get no change in July, the market's not going to have a strong reaction. If they drop it in July, that's going to cause these short squeezes, craziness. They're probably not going to do that. They don't want to hand Trump that. But here's September.
Well, at least Powell doesn't.
Yeah. So here's the current rate. So there's a 35% chance that they're going to keep the current rate in September currently. I watch this chart a lot. The web address is up here, but it's on cmegroup.com, and this is called the Fed Watch tool. I have this bookmarked because I go to it all the time. When you watch this change, and you can go through here and you can look at the historical, like how it's been changing over time. That's really interesting because that's where you'll see where we get a surprise. So right now, we could definitely get a market reaction probably for whatever they do, but this will change as we get closer to September. This may end up being 80%, 90% by the time we get there, or it could kind of feed back into this. It's when we get anything different than this chart that we'll get a major push. Otherwise, they're going to be priced. This is what they're pricing in right now. This is what's being priced into the market.
Thank you for sharing that website with us and showing us, Barbie. Let's see if we can drop that into chat. What was the name again?
I'll drop it.
Okay.
I've already got it open.
Awesome. Thank you.
So just in general, though, cmegroup.com, if you trade futures, you need to be acquainted with cmegroup.com, in my opinion. There's just so much information there. And I found that I didn't know what futures were when I first started trading them. I kind of had the general idea of how to trade them, but not what they were. And I think it's really important to understand what they actually are. But I dropped the link in chat to the Fed Watch tool. So this is already that link goes all the way down to the Fed Watch tool if you want to check that out. And watch it over time because it'll change.
Thank you, Barbie.
I'm going to share one thing with you guys
Yes.
before I head out here. I just lost track of time. We're having so much fun on Friday. So let's see. So one thing to take note of, this hourly gap on NQ, we've inversed it here. ES has not inversed it. It's still sort of respecting it. I'd probably lean like it's mainly just going to be sideways the rest of the morning rather than trying to play longs. I would have liked ES to, close above here as well to confirm that. Then I would have had so many targets to get long from. But like if you still want to go long based off of the hourly inverse, like great, do it. Maybe look for like a 5-minute model in there to target up to I think 003 and this high from Asia. I think it's a good target. For gold didn't do anything for me, so probably just going to be mainly just sideways the rest of the day ever since the trade from this morning. But yeah, no, that's going to do it for me. I had fun this week. I'll see you guys back here on Monday, the day before CPI, and then CPI on Tuesday. So that'll be a lot of fun.
Yes. Have a great weekend, Nick.
Yeah, you too. You guys have a great weekend.
We'll see you next week. And then there were two.
Oh, I'm so excited to spin the wheel with you today. We haven't spun the wheel together in a long time, it feels like.
Yeah. Well,
probably since last week, maybe. Okay, everyone, how you can win a free account. So the wheel is this fun game that we play, and it randomly will pick out winners to win a free account. No activation fee, so it's completely free, and usually it's a 50K Starter Plus account. Make sure you fill out the form for that. If one of our mods can drop the form into chat, that would be great. If anyone's listening that has not filled it out yet for a chance to win. MyFundedFutures gonna reign with the goodies now. Exactly. Thank you so much, MyFundedFutures. Rewarding all of you guys, all of the loyal listeners and viewers. The show wouldn't be a show without you, for sure. Wisdom said, win me. Soon, I hope. Fingers crossed. So my trade is still running. It is in profit by about $57. NASDAQ is negative 55 points. ES is negative 28 points. Both just trying to push its way back to unchanged.
Yeah, I mean, I still think we're heading back to 6,300 again. So I did hop back in that again, but I just can't help it. Like when there's when we have a level like this 62.85 level, it just pays and pays and pays and pays and pays. I play it until it doesn't. So I'm messing with that again.
Yeah.
So
this is that 63 level that you're talking
yeah,
about.
so but the 62.85, because it's such firm support, I can't even tell you how many times I've lost track of how many times I've bought this level this week. It's just we get down to 62.85 and the market just buys it back up. So
yeah, let's look at the hourly. So Barbie, what you're talking about is here for support so many times. Here.
And that's just showing, I mean,
here.
that support level has been in all week, even before this week, even before Monday, we kind of had that level already there. So, I mean, it was just when we have a level like that blesses us, I'm not going to fight with it. I don't fight with the market. I just play it. Just play it.
No, you've told us quite a few times. You're like, do you want to do it the easy way or the hard way? And you're like, I like the easy way. I don't want to do it the hard way.
Yeah.
Oh, I think we have some more good news to share. ICE passed another account. Congratulations. Now you have 2 funded accounts with MyFundedFutures. Congratulations. Okay, market is just kind of hovering over these New York highs. It's been open for about 35 minutes. So the first 30 minutes is in. Anything can happen.
Yeah, I mean, the hourly, the other reason that I'm in this is just like that. I keep saying the hourly is looking, whenever we get below 6,300 and into that 62.80-ish area, it's just oversold. So, I mean, what can you do but buy that? It's just, yeah, so here we go. This is my latest little bet. I did get back in. I just can't help myself. That's what I'm saying. Like when there's a level that good, I just can't help myself. So hopefully I should probably move one of these down to that high. I didn't take the full size. I think I got about halfway to my full fill, but I'll take it. It's Friday.
It's Friday. A lot of traders won't trade on Friday and Mondays.
I don't make it a strict rule like that either. I mean, we were talking about this the other day, but when the setup's there, you take and you're at the computer, you take it. It's just Mondays can take a little bit to shake out. So I think I mean, you might have heard me say I don't trade very much on a Monday, but that doesn't mean I won't take a trade on a Monday. It just means I'm more cautious and I want to make sure that the market is really setting up just because we don't have the weekly information yet. And then we get to Fridays and it's like the weekly information is a little bit worn out because we've been playing these levels over and over and over. So we'll see if it's got some power. This is like a no risk trade at this point. So I'm good with it. I'm just going to let it chill.
Nice. It looks so pretty with all those take profits. So
this is why I don't one lot trade either. Like I'm telling you, it is so much easier when you can just exit on your way to your target, on the way to the target. You know what I mean? So that way, if the target doesn't hit my full target, because I was really looking at that 62. Well, it's I guess that's almost a full retracement of that move down. But I had the 62.25 level up there, and we had some wicks below that, so I was really looking for 62.20. I also have a magic level there. I don't have my magic levels on the chart right now, but there is one there. So. How do you get your stops to do that? My NT8 will combine them. That's a good question. Let's see if I can show it. I'm looking at something real quick. Yeah, okay. So if I'm just going to, I right click and go to properties on the chart trader. And then I wait. Gosh. Okay. Somewhere down here, it says keep selected ATM strategy. So that one's going to keep the trade management strategy that I already have selected. And then you want this one, submit a new order for additional quantity instead of increase quantity of pre-existing order. So if I submit a new order for the additional quantity, it's going to resubmit the bracket as a brand new bracket instead of adding it to the old bracket. So that's what you want right here. Quantity modification for stocks in the properties. And I got this by right clicking on chart trader, which is just off to the right of my screen. Look
Oh,
at what
so
it did. It tagged just that high. Didn't
oh,
tag me.
almost there. So I can share my screen. Roman Arts made a new AI picture for us. This is so cool. My Funded TV rocking bells. We are in a band, Barbie.
Nice.
So cute. Roman Arts. Here is Roman Arts handle. Everyone go follow Roman Arts. Makes really good art for us.
Where did he post that? On X?
On X, yeah. And he tagged all of us. Thank you, Roman Arts. I love it. And thanks everyone in chat for telling us to go check it out. Let's see. Oh, look, Ash is on the keys. Do you
So I had to
Ash?
zoom in to see who that was. I thought that was Ash.
Yeah. Oh, that's so funny. If you were in a band, Barbie, what instrument would you play? Would you want to play?
Well, I've been in bands and I do guitar and vocals. Well, I can also play fiddle and drums and some other things. But yeah, when I played, I was guitar mostly
Cool.
and vocals.
What type of band? Like what type of music?
I guess rock.
We can put together a My Funded Futures band. I used to play the viola back in the day. But I do want to learn to play the guitar. Fantastic Friday, Abhishek says. Yes, it is Fantastic Friday. Anyone make some money already? Let us know in chat. Barbie booked some profits.
Hoping I can book some more up here. The market's being real slow and was being a dick for a tick over here, but we'll see. It's a free trade at this point, so it's all good.
Yeah, free trades are nice. Very relaxing. Keith says not yet. Oh, John Mason made $765. Pine Tree Trader
Nice.
also, I think, made $1,200. He put in chat earlier.
Because he full ported. Full ported.
Congratulations, guys. Oh, here is the forum. Abhishek just dropped it in chat. Make sure you get your name on there. We will be doing the wheel giveaway very soon here, so it will close. So if you haven't already put your name in it, please do so now for a chance to win a free 50K Starter Plus account. So many giveaways this morning. It's like raining giveaways this morning. Thank you, MyFundedFutures. So we just wait. Okay, let me share my other screen. This one, share this tab. There we go. Yeah, so my trade is about $60 in profit. It's just slowly inching its way back to unchanged. We're about negative 52 points down in the NASDAQ, and ES is about negative 28 points. It's really trying to push. I feel like with these like long trades, sometimes when it's reversing these moves, it does seem like it's much more stairs going up. It's like slow grind.
Yeah, I think we were talking about this with Jesse yesterday. I don't mind sitting in the stairs up. Was it Jesse they were talking about this? Like I don't mind sitting here, and because if I've got my stops at break even or better, I can just sit here and chill and wait for the stairs up. I actually yesterday this took too long. I had a meeting I had to run out to, and so I had just left the last one trailing, and I just left it to do its thing, and I didn't really care because the stop was so far in profit. But that's what kind of happens on these stair step moves, is you're able to just kind of keep trailing it, and it's kind of a chill trade. Not everyone likes that. Some people like the drama. They just want that instant money, instant gratification. And that when they're talking about stairs up, elevator down, if you like those more bearish moves, that might kind of be what you're getting into there, is you like that faster, more dramatic move. And I don't know, this is just kind of what I gravitated into, but it was also a lot of like kind of time frame chart issues. Everyone asks, how do I stay in trades longer? You're not always, but sometimes I'm in trades that'll last all day. And how do I do that? Well, I do that because I'm on a higher time frame chart. So I'm watching the hourly right now. I'm watching the 15-minute right now. And those are kind of, even if I enter on something smaller, like the 5-minute, for one thing, is not the 1 minute. The 1 minute it's going to have it'll have more opportunities, but they're going to be faster. And the higher time frame chart you are doing analysis on and doing your entries on, the longer the play is. And it makes it a little bit complicated because I end up trailing on a lower time frame chart, and so I can kind of second guess myself. But at the same time, like if it's in profit, like I'm still making money, so it works out for me. But I get it. Some people just want that instant drop or that instant rally, and it's hard to wait through. But I don't know. I find it easier to wait through because like now I've taken some profit. So if I want to move some of these up, no big deal, right? I can just keep making sure that these hit. And I mean, if my stop gets hit, we get into this kind of semantics thing. Is like, well, if your stop gets hit, that's bad. If my stop gets hit and it's in profit like this, is that bad? Like that's still a win. That's still increasing my account value. So that's a win for me.
It is kind of sometimes mind games you have to kind of play with yourself. I remember when I first started using stops, I was like, oh, I don't want my stop to get hit, but it's like, yeah, you do. You do want the stop to get hit. Like I had to have
I don't
that
know if this is a
conversation with
mind game.
myself.
This is just literal like common sense here. If your stop is in profit, that's still a win. So that's like kind of one of my goals is to get my stop up there. It still needs to have room. So notice I didn't trail it way up here real tight or even under that last candle. I still like to give it room to breathe. But at the same time, like this is really chill now. So this is the ideal kind of setup that I want to get into where I can just let the market do its thing. This is how I let those trades run, is just sitting back. I might not get that last target, but it's still going to give me profit. And so I guess I've had to get over not having to milk that last little tick out of the market, but I'm milking this thing all the way up. Where it stops is where I stop making money. And that's how I do that.
Yeah. And Roboto said, even no trade is a win. Yes.
It can be, yeah. Like if the market's not making sense and you don't have this plan here that I have where we're waiting for this level to hold and then see if that holds and continues us higher. If you didn't have that plan and you're not seeing anything, it just doesn't end up developing, that's when you don't take anything at all.
All right. Our trades are printing money. My trade is about $104 in profit. My TP is at $200 before commission.
Oh, don't forget to do the deal where that you can share the stream on social media with your own little twist and get picked for to win an account. I think that's really cool.
It is cool.
That's the most fun giveaway going on today, in my opinion. You guys can get creative with that. Say the band is playing. Go watch the band, something like that. You can say whatever you want, but it should be nice. You're not going to win.
It's share the stream on Twitter and Instagram with your own words. Tag us at MyFundedFutures and MyFundedTV. And MyFundedFutures will pick 10 people before the end of day from social media to receive a free 100K Starter Plus account. Yeah, it is cool. It's a creative one. And we will be doing the wheel soon. Market is still pushing higher. NASDAQ is closing that gap about 29 points in the red, and ES is about 22 points in the red. So keeps wanting to push higher. Let's see what the hourly chart looks like.
Jan wants banana. Oops. I had a dollar bill stick to my banana.
Here's that inefficiency up in this candle. It looks like it really does want to fill. Oh, so, I missed.
In market profile, that's a single print. And I love targeting single prints. I think everybody gets so hyped up on all these like newfangled strategies and models or whatever. Go read Dalton, go read the OGs, and go read market profile, and it makes the market make so much more sense. You don't have to call it an angry goat or anything like that. You can just identify it on the chart and say the market wants to go there.
Yeah, Ash asks, can the bulls make a move? I think so. The bulls are definitely trying. This week's promo continues. It's 50% off any plan, any size. Use code YouTube for that. And then after that, use code YouTube for 15% off. All renewals for Starter Plus and Expert accounts, unlimited use. And if you are in love with the starter, just the plain starter accounts, it's still I believe it's 5% off using code YouTube. Terp Hog says, does Terry ever trade? Yes, I am in a trade right now. As you can see, it is up about $100.
Guys, my banana used to be covered in more spots. They came off.
Oh,
I got the slightly overripe version, and the spots I've been angering them off. Maybe we need a refresh. I should get a new overripe banana, and then I can have 2 bananas.
the more the merrier. More bananas. Okay. DHX acquisitions expert is 100%. Oh, here we go. The wheel. Let's give away some accounts. You want to announce
with the banana too much?
We haven't seen the eggplant in a while.
Where is the eggplant? Somebody ran off with it, I guess.
Oh no. Okay, type in W if you want to win. For good luck, type in W in the chat. Barbie, do you think is there something behind your head? I'm like
No, I was just stretching. I don't know where the eggplant went. But people come in here and play with my toys sometimes.
Eva Trades, congratulations.
Eva Trades, let's go.
Let's go.
I have to make this bigger so I can read them too.
Okay, you read the names. I will cheer us on.
Rebecca Alexandra Mensa. You got it. You get one. That's enough names.
Congratulations, winners. Make sure you open up a support ticket. Just log into MyFundedFutures. Just log into MyFundedFutures and then let support know that you won an account.
Yellow dog, you get one.
Woohoo!
Yellow is one of my favorite colors. Liquidity deity.
Congratulations.
That's a cool name.
It is. Congratulations.
You don't get 2 though. You only get 1.
This is true.
Transparency trades. Let's go.
Let's go.
James won. James won.
Congratulations, James.
My lucky July. Apparently, it is your lucky July.
Woohoo! Free 50K Starter Plus account.
Miles Benson. Go get you one.
Woohoo! Congratulations, Miles.
Everything essential.
Congratulations.
Oh, we're about to hit 2,300 on the NASDAQ too. This is exciting.
Last one.
Sahil Soni.
Woohoo! Congratulations to all our winners from the wheel. To receive your free 50K Starter Plus account, just log into MyFundedFutures into your account and let support know that you won a free account. Congratulations, everyone. And if you did not win, there are more ways to win today for our loyal viewers and listeners. You can continue watching our show because we will be doing more giveaways throughout the day. Also on social media, tag MyFundedFutures and MyFundedTV and share our stream in your own words, and you'll have a chance to win a free 100K Starter Plus account. They'll pick the winners before the end of the day, end of trading day.
Congratulations, y'all.
Yeah, congratulations. That was fun. We haven't done that in a while.
We had a lot of lady traders in that group. I like that.
Yeah, me too. Our trade is still working. Mine is at about $130 in profit, about 70 more to go for it to hit TP. We're almost at unchanged here, about 16 points more to go in the NASDAQ.
I don't even know why I have this take profit here. It's about to get hit way too early, but that's okay. Oh, I need to trail the orb. I don't have my trail automatic yet. What is Danny wants to know my plans for the weekend? I am going to blow off some steam. Yesterday was the longest week of the year, I swear. It's like it would not stop.
Midsummer.
I did all the things yesterday, every single one of them. So there's the orb trailed. I gotta go back into this other account. Okay, I forgot to turn my copy trader on today, but I wasn't really going to trade very much. That always happens. I'm not going to trade today, and then I take 3 trades before an hour.
That's pretty good, though.
Denny Jones, shooting some guns would be fun. That's a good idea. Yeah. Seriously, we're going to start off. We are going to start off with some retail therapy. I'm going to go spend some money that would make former me blush hard. That's okay. Sometimes you just got to. It's been a week.
You work hard, you play hard.
Sometimes I overdo it. It's actually something I have to watch a lot. I will absolutely overdo it. That's why I'm having to try to kind of build a team over here to help me out with some stuff right now. It's been a little crazy, but we're getting a lot done. We got some cool stuff in the works here.
Mr. Smith said, Bull Barbie trading range shooting range. That sounds fun.
Yeah, I got some more rats to deal with. Maybe I'll send y'all a new kill pile. Sometimes I post pictures of my rats. You know what I've been doing lately, though, is sending my dogs after them. I've got this. They're hiding under a mat in my barn. So if I lift the mat up, they all go running, and I can just leave the dogs on the other end. They just hope they'll get like 3 of them at once and snap their necks.
Those are some working dogs. Everyone has a job in the country.
I know that every single dog here, except for Princess. Y'all have seen Princess. Princess is useless. All the other dogs have a job.
Jan says my dog is a rat.
Yeah, that's kind of Princess. Princess is a bit of a rat, but we don't talk about Princess. She's a little special case. She's the little Pomeranian I've had in here.
Oh yeah, she's so cute. She's adorable.
She's cute. She's not very useful. She'll sit in your lap. That's her job.
She is a princess. Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm going to do this weekend. Definitely get some work done and then some relaxation done. Rest is always good. And
I'm behind on hot tub time, right, Andy? Andy, got to get the hot tub ready.
Yeah, that sounds super relaxing. Okay, market is pushing higher. My trade is about $140 in profit and about $60 more or $60. Yeah, $60 more to go. I'm tempted to take it off if we get to unchanged here. About 14 more points for it to get to unchanged. Anything can happen.
ES is making I like the move on ES. It was a little bit more clear for me, even though NASDAQ is being pretty powerful. Like, this is a nice move on ES. So I think we're going to go get. I mean, I think I'm being a baby with my targets here. I just don't even care because it's Friday and I want to book stuff. But
yeah,
I like it.
About 19 points more for ES to fill that gap from New York's close yesterday. Yeah, ES is looking good. Yeah, I think I might book profits too, just to call it a day and just be done. About 11 more points. NASDAQ is pushing hard, real hard here to complete that gap. And it could just keep going higher, right? Like, we don't know.
We're about to hit one. Come on. Do it.
All right.
Does anybody else sit here and like...
Bill says, book those profits, Terry.
There it goes.
Yep, I booked it. It's booked.
Mine still got some going. I'm gonna try to keep getting. I'm just going to milk the crap out of this. The market wants to keep paying me. It can keep paying me. That's the way I look at it. Wish I'd gone bigger. I say that every day.
Right.
I would have if I'd not been an idiot and traded in the correct follower account. But, you know, we can't hit it perfect every day.
No.
I put my trades in a follower account instead of a leader account.
Oh, bummer. So it was supposed to copy multiple accounts.
Yeah, I did. Oh, well.
That's okay. All right, gang. This was a great show. Great week. We did a lot this week together. Last minute thoughts, words of encouragement you'd like to share with everyone, Barbie?
You know, I think this week has definitely been a test in patience when we're diving really close into the intraday charts. Like, it does get kind of messy and confusing. And so I have kept mentioning this, but when you zoom out and look at the higher time frame charts, a lot of the times that kind of mess can get a little bit more clear. And sometimes it's telling you to stay out, and sometimes it's giving you that clarity you need. But either way, that's kind of clarity, right? So just if you can't find anything on the small time frame charts, you know, take a breath, zoom out, kind of get some perspective to see what's going on, and understand that not every single day is going to be a banger.
Thank you, Barbie. Thanks, chat. And Barbie, we'll see you on Monday. Have a great weekend. Have fun shopping.
Yeah.
Bye. Let's welcome Ash to the show.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you doing today?
Good. Good morning to now, Renee. Oh, Renee's leaving. Bye, Renee. Yeah, good. We booked some profits on this show. That was fun. It's Friday. Fantastic Friday. A ton of giveaways MyFundedFutures is doing today for our amazing and loyal listeners and viewers. So it's a good Friday so far. How about you? How's your morning?
Congratulations on the W.
Thank you.
Amazing job. You and Barbie with the longs. Very good job.
Thank you. Yeah, it does feel good to trade like with less size.
There you go.
I was just like so relaxed. It feels good.
It was a beautiful move. They made a nice move higher there. So
they really did.
It was funny when you were saying how you're sweating a little bit because it did make a move lower there at first, but it's good that just kept the composure, kept the conviction, and let the trade play out. And look at where we're at now.
Yeah, that's such a good point, because when I did see it go, I mean, it did go negative quite a bit, and I was like, uh-oh, it might it might take me out.
Yeah.
It looked like it was going to. I think in the past, or maybe on a day where I'm not well rested, I'm pretty well rested today. Like maybe I would have gotten nervous, right, and just like changed the plan. But yeah, I think the more we can stick to the plan, the better, and then likely over time it'll just be easier and easier until it's like second nature.
Right. Yeah, price is going to fluctuate. It doesn't move in one direction. So we'll have to see the red, we'll have to see the green. We're going to have to feel the same about both of them so that we can just carry out the process. So
yes, and just rinse repeat. Like not have so many ups and downs emotionally all day long. Yeah. That is not good. No way to live. But I will pass the baton to you, Ash. It's so good to see you. I will see you on Monday.
All righty. Happy Friday. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too. Bye, chat. Happy Friday.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Or good day, depending on where you're from. Happy Friday, chat. How's everybody doing today? How's everybody's week going so far? Last day of the week here. How's everybody doing so far today? Are we red or green on the day, chat? Let's take a look. Very choppy open there. We'll talk about it here in a second. We'll go over the analysis. Just going to take some time to say good morning to chat. Welcome everybody into my segment. See how everybody's doing first, and then we'll get into the information. How's everybody doing today? Throw a 1 in chat if you're green on the day. Throw a 2 in chat if you're red on the day. And throw a 3 in chat if you have not traded today. See how chat did so far this morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning, or good day, depending on where you're from. Hopefully everybody's week is going well. Good. Passed another 50K. Made some profit in another account. Very good job, Gabby. Very nice. Trades with Jesse. Says he's flat. Very good. There's always going to be another opportunity, so we do not need to trade every single day. Billy is green. Dio is very green. Let's go, chat. Very good. Happy Friday. Amazing way to finish up the week. A little bit of an indecisive move there to start the day, but we'll go over this long position here any minute. Green, green, break even. There's a handful of greens in there, so very good chat. Very good job, chat. Very good job. Good morning, Ninja. Good morning to you as well. Thanks. Some more ones. Very good. Very good. Some more ones. Very good. Well, let's take a look at it. We'll go over the analysis, and then we'll get into it. Let's take this off the chart. We'll do a top-down analysis here. We'll talk about this morning's move. And let's take a look. So let's get out here on the daily. Hopefully this will help make sense in terms of that overnight move lower. Okay. We took out new all-time highs, both on NQ and ES. Right, above old swing highs is a location to be bearish. Additionally, seeing that neither NQ or ES closed a candle above all-time highs, this makes sense that they wanted to make a move lower to take out some of these previous day lows before continuing the trend. Right, so this is an external to internal move, seeing that the highs were swept here. Yes, the overall trend is bullish. It's very clear. We continue to keep making new all-time highs. We're in a very clear uptrend, but the market doesn't just move in one direction. Okay, so we've talked about this many times. We'll continue to keep talking about it. We look for longs below old swing lows and inside of bullish fair value gaps. Right, so for the individuals that were trying to long at new all-time highs, they saw a quick flush overnight, a quick move lower first before a new long opportunity was presented. So now let's take a look at that. It's just simple logic of understanding we long below old swing lows or inside of bullish fair value gaps, right? It's like the classic business term of saying buy low, sell high. Right, it could be that simple if you want to make it that way. We're not looking to long above old swing highs, right? So it doesn't make sense to be longing after we took out that weekly objective there. Instead, we get a very large move overnight here. But where does that bring us? That brings us to a location to be looking for longs, right? We took out some lows here. So seeing New York Open get a rebound from last night's sell-off, that makes sense more than trying to long at the highs. Right? So overall, the trend is still bullish, right? So we've spoke about needing to be on the same side as the higher time frame order flow. Okay, so although we don't long above old swing highs, not looking to short this. Okay, I don't need to take shorts here from the move above the swing high lower. That's one of those moments in time to say trend is your friend until the end of the trend. Allow this thing to sell off. Don't long it above swing highs. Allow it to sell off until we get to some lows. And then that's the moment in time where the trend is your friend until the end of the trend. Right? I would want to be looking for bullish position below old lows, because I want to stick with the trend. The overall trend is still up. Like, yes, that was a decent sell-off overnight, but zoom out is what I'm trying to say. Zoom out. Trend is still bullish. The bulls are still in control. Okay, we're still making higher highs and higher lows. So until there's some kind of clear and decisive change in the state of delivery, I'm not looking to change a bias. So just to provide some logic on that overnight move lower, all I'm really pointing to is I'd rather be looking for the longs instead of the shorts. So seeing that previous day lows were taking out overnight. Hold on, let me just fix this so we can clearly talk about it. Seeing that overnight, we took out some of those lows, then it would be a good time to start searching for your model. Now, the only issue I have here at New York Open is that it was very indecisive. Okay, so even if you wanted to be bullish, if we take a look at New York Open now, very indecisive. At the open, we go and take out the highs and then start to sell off. So it looks like it could have been a bearish breaker, right? This looks like it could have been a short position here. So I do understand that, but what I'm trying to say is we don't short at previous daily lows. Like we just swept a previous daily low overnight. So at old lows, we should be looking for longs. That's the overall consensus to this logic here, the point that I'm trying to make for the entire top-down analysis. Stick with the higher time frame trend. Just wait for lows to be taken out. And when lows are taken out, then look for longs, right? So instead of looking for shorts here at New York Open, although we didn't sweep out the lows, right? So this doesn't really have a higher time frame point of interest to work off of. It's still a breaker block with an FEG. Right? So taking a look at this, it's hard to tell because New York Open moved both ways. So you would have had to be patient enough and you would have had to stick with the higher time frame trend to even get to this position here. Because now we do have a bullish breaker with an FEG aligned with it. So if you were looking at these longs here, in my opinion, this is higher probability. Excuse me, just give me 2 seconds. So in my opinion, this is higher probability here. Taking a look at the longs, looking for longs below old lows, sticking with the higher time frame trend. Okay, so if anybody's in these positions here, very good job. This is the type of logic I could get behind. This makes sense. Okay, but you would have had to market order here, right? Front run this to get into this position. So very good job for Barbie and Terry getting to capture the longs there at New York Open. Multiple TPs hit there on the move up. It did get to go to 1.2. We'll see if it wants to go to 2.0. So this is what I'll be looking at moving forward, right, for today's session. NQ has the same exact thing, and NQ was able to give an entry. So you didn't have to front run this one, but there's a lot of risk here. This is not something that I'm looking for on a Friday, right? Because I always put the stop at the low. I always enter at the beginning of the breaker. And this is 95 points. So this is a large range. I don't think that we're going to make another large range after seeing last night's move already. So we could watch it. It is the same exact position. I have no interest in taking any risk. Okay. You can see I have the hard stop in of not even being in the live account. So it's plain and simple. If you can't accept the risk, then don't take the risk. But You can still be a student every single day. You can still show up to your session. You can still document everything that happens throughout your session. You should still be collecting the data. That is where you gain your conviction. Okay, so that's the logic I have for today. That's the information that I'm looking at. It was quite the move overnight and then indecisive to start the day. Ever since that indecision at New York Open, we've been looking at longs. So, does chat have any questions regarding that analysis? That is essentially my top-down analysis for this Friday morning. This is what I'm looking at for today's session. Let's also see how chat is doing. Let's see what chat is looking for the rest of the day is what I was looking for there. Are you bullish or bearish for the rest of the day? Throw it in chat. Are we going to see higher prices throughout the session? Are you bullish or are you bearish? Will we get higher prices from here or lower prices from here? Bullish or bearish, chat? Additionally, for anybody that captured the longs, are you still in the longs? So type 1. Type 1 if you're in a position, specifically if it's a long. Type 1 in chat if you're looking for higher prices because you're in a long. All right, and let me hop over to chat. All right. How's everybody doing on this Friday, chat? Now I got chat open, so now I can communicate with you guys. I just wanted to get that top-down analysis done first. That way everybody could see what I'm looking for today. Let's see. Let's do some questions and answers as well. If you want to throw any type of question in the chat regarding trading, any type of information, we can go back and forth with some question and answers for the rest of the session. Just observing the market with you. Yeah, every day is not a trading day. You do not have to take a risk every single day. For example, in my communities this morning, the only game plan I had was to be patient, was to wait for next week. If you can't accept the risk, then simply just don't take the risk. You do not need to have some type of P&L to make progress on the day. You can still gain data by showing up to your session and documenting everything that happens. How do you deal with negative slippage? That's why I use CME data. So I don't know if you're on CFDs. I don't know what market you're dealing with, but that's specifically why I've chosen MyFundedFutures. This is why I use CME data. Across the market, CME data, in my opinion, has the least amount of slippage. What are your plans for the weekend? I actually don't have any plans for this weekend. I have some family and friends coming next weekend, so I had planned on preparing the house and getting it ready for some guests. How about yourself? What are your plans for the weekend, Denny? Thanks for asking. Do you have any idea of a source where we could see Trump speeches? Doesn't he have his own platform, his own media platform, that and Twitter? Those were the two places I've been watching. Normally, chat is up to date with that, and they send the updates to me, so I don't specifically have it up on a screen throughout the session. But we definitely have to be aware of any kind of Trump news. HMH said, busy the whole week, couldn't trade, staying patient and waiting for next week. Patience is truly a virtue. You do not need to trade every day. You do not need to trade every week. Trade when you're capable of providing your undivided attention to your business. That's when you should be trading. After sweeping the low, what to look for to continue lower? Below old lows, I look for longs. So I don't look for continuations below old lows. I'm the individual that looks for reversals at swing points. So below an old low, I'm looking for a reversal. I don't look for it to continue lower. At an old low, I look for a reversal. Same thing with the highs. I'd rather be looking for reversals than continuations. Are we still long, or is it over for today? Well, I'm not in any positions, but there are individuals in chat that are in longs. Hopefully they could get higher prices so they could get a better return. Other than that, I can't tell the future, so I don't know what the rest of the session has for us. This is currently the information I'm looking at here. There's a long position that occurred. I'm waiting to see the result for it. Did any SMT occur? Well, let's go take a look. We want to be dealing with higher time frame SMT. So here's ES. Let's take a look at the lows. Hourly candle did not sweep the previous, but this previous swept this hourly, and this swing low here was never swept. So let's go take a look at NQ. It does look, nope, they both took out these two. No, I don't see any SMT. So both of them did the same thing at the same exact time. There was no crack in correlation here. So I don't see any SMT here at the lows. Unless you're looking at this here. This happened overnight, though, so this is a little older. Okay. You can see it here. ES made a new low here, whereas NQ did not. So there is actually bullish SMT at the lows here. But I would rather be using more recent information. I would have wanted to see lows here at the previous candles. So there was hourly bullish SMT, which shows that NQ would be the stronger pair, but we're really not getting a move out of NQ. I think the overnight move kind of exhausted some of the volatility for today. That was one of the things that I told my community this morning was a reason why I wasn't interested in taking risk, was that this large overnight move right here, right, was that our volatility for the day? Think about the different phases of price delivery, right? So the market is not always going to be moving so directionally like this right here, right? So after a very directional move, usually comes some form of consolidation, right? So you can see it here as well on the other side of the curve, right? We get a directional move here, and then we do some form of consolidation here. So just thinking about the different phases of price delivery, seeing that there was a large overnight move, I had thought that today was going to be a slow, indecisive, choppy day. It was one of the reasons why I didn't want to take any risk today. Was there any bullish SMT? Yeah, we just pointed to that. Ash, what do you consider a maximum point for stop loss? There is no maximum point. The market determines the entry. The market determines the stop. Okay, so this is what I use right here. Right, a breaker plus an FEG. My entry is right here. Stop loss is right here. Okay, so I use the beginning of the breaker as the entry. I use the swing low as the stop loss. I cannot determine how many points this is going to be. Sometimes this is going to be 10 points. Sometimes this is going to be 20, 40, 80, 90. The market's going to determine that because the market's going to go through different phases of volatility. Sometimes you'll have larger candles. Sometimes you'll have smaller candles. There is no maximum or minimum in terms of a stop loss. The market determines that, and you, as a risk manager, you determine your position size. So you fit your risk to the current market. You adapt to the market. Okay, so there is no maximum amount of points for stop loss. Right? Like today's position here on NQ, this is way too large of a stop, so I simply just chose not to participate in it. I didn't change my model because there's more volatility. I just made a risk management decision to say, no, thank you. Right. If you're uncomfortable with the risk, size down. Go down to the micros, right? And just do the math, right? Whatever 95 points is, that's how much you should see your position size is. Ash, coffee or an energy drink? For all the individuals that have been with me for some time, they know I love my black coffee with a little bit of honey in it. Black with a little bit of honey. That's all we need. How to identify sideways movement for New York session? You can see different forms of a consolidation profile before New York opens for a couple different reasons. Here they are. Ready? Here's the first way. All right, let's put this at the bottom. Or maybe that's the left. Yeah. All right. So here's the first way you can see consolidation before the market opens, right? If you're a New York AM trader and you want to figure out how you're going to understand New York AM is going to be consolidation before it happens, right? So take a look at Asia session and London session, right? I put the line on here to show you that this is the beginning of London session. So over here is Asia session. Over here is London session. Here's Asia session highs, Asia session lows. This is one of the forms of ways that I understand that New York AM session is going to be a consolidation profile. When London takes out Asia session high and Asia session low during London session. That's when we go into New York session thinking that New York is going to be a consolidation profile. That's the first way that I understand heading into New York AM session. New York's going to be a consolidation profile. The second way is major news events, right? If you have FOMC press conference at 2 p.m., the market's going to want to wait for that high impact news driver. So a form of anticipation for the high impact news driver. You can see that on the economic calendar, right? So you go to forexfactory.com. You see that FOMC press conference is at 2 p.m. You might want to think that leading into FOMC is going to be consolidation. So that's another way of seeing it before it happens, by going to the economic calendar and understanding high impact news events. Here's a third way and the last way. So I just gave you two different ways already. London session taking out Asia sessions high and low. That's the first. High impact news drivers on the economic calendar. That's the second. And then third is understanding price delivery. Overnight, we had a large move. You're not going to have 20 different large moves within one day. The market doesn't move that much. Okay, so if a large move just occurred, right? If you're opening up the charts, and this is what you see right here, right? The large move just occurred when you first open up the charts. Think that this is going to end up being consolidation next. The market's not just going to do large move, large move, large move, large move. It doesn't just consistently move in one direction. So the different phases of price delivery would be the third answer to that question, how to understand that consolidation is coming. Very good question. Very good question. So, do us a favor here, chat. Sub to the channel, like the video, turn notifications on. That way you can be notified for when we go live again. You're not going to want to miss out on any of the giveaways. We consistently provide value through doing different codes throughout the day, every single day. So the amount of value that MyFundedFutures is bringing to the channel is completely astonishing. On top of all the guests that we have here, on top of all the hosts that we have here, providing education, trades, absolutely amazing value that we get every single week. So if we're providing any value for you, do us a favor, sub to the channel, like the video, turn notifications on. Give me 2 seconds. I'm actually going to take another sip of coffee, and then we'll continue to keep going through the information. All right. Thank you for the patience. So once again, we got another 30 minutes for my segment. If you want to throw any questions or comments in chat, we're doing a Q&A right now as we're watching the market. What we are watching today is a long position here. I'll put it back on the screen. Just had to get through the questions and conversation. We'll put this back on the screen because this is what we're looking for today. Oh, wrong button. And we'll see what kind of result comes from that. So as we're waiting and watching, let's go through some more questions and information. Ash, how do you deal with all these Trump news? Feels like they catch him whenever, and he starts yapping about tariffs randomly. It's not even scheduled. Yeah, you got to absolutely expect more volatility when Trump is in office. It's very random volatility. You can see that the tweets are happening at any point in the day. So if you want to take some precautions, that comes from sizing, right? If you already know that there's erratic volatility, you could just go lower size so that, you know, you have the mindset of surviving another day. I really go on the mindset of risk management first instead of euphoria. So if that means trading less right now because of it, that's completely fine. If that means sizing smaller, that's completely fine. It's something that's completely out of our control, so we can't do anything about it. We can't time these tweets. He just tweets whenever he wants to. We can't time these news events because it happens at random points in time. So knowing that it's random, knowing that it's going to create volatility, that's really the only thing that we can understand, meaning the only thing that we can control is our size. So if we want to go lower size right now because of all these tweets, all this news, that's a rational thought. Yeah. Very good question. I heard dividends aren't good long-term and that they're too good to be true. Are people just gatekeeping? People say they dry out over time. I'm not one to follow other people's information. So in my opinion, don't follow anybody else. What you should be doing is collecting your own data. So you know, it doesn't really matter what any of us are saying here. This is always going to be a you versus you business. And that should go for anybody that you come across. You should collect your own data so that you have the muscle memory and that you have the conviction in the analysis. Right? How are you going to know if something's true or not if you never try it? Right? So if you don't know about dividends, do some research and try it for a month. Try it for 2 months. Right? Start collecting your own data to see if it does or doesn't work. Don't just take people for their words and instantly put risk on because of it. You got to take ownership in your own business, collect your own data. That way you can know the truth. On NASDAQ right now, you think it's going to do another retest or probably it's going to go down? I don't predict the future, right? So if you're looking for a retest of the breaker that we were pointing to, right? I can't tell you whether it's going to do that or not. If anybody's trying to speak to you in some form of certainty, then you should run the other way. The market can and will do whatever it wants whenever it wants to. So I don't know if it's going to come back down here, retest the longs, and then go higher. What I do know is I did my due diligence leading up to the position. Oh, sorry to cut you off, but surprise. 50 free resets using code FridayGift50. Chat, you're going to have to hurry up. These things go fast. 50 free resets. Who's going to get one? FridayGift50. Who's going to get one of the free resets? Kevin got one. Very good job. W. RC Trades got one. Neo got one. Let's go. Roman Arts, W for me. Roman Arts had the biggest W out of the entire day. Everybody saw that the band meme during the earlier segment. You're just doing amazing, Roman Arts. I highly appreciate those AI images. It just makes my morning every time. That was amazing. No, thank you. Seriously, though, that's just great way to start a Friday. Yeah, there's a lot of people here in chat. So for the people saying code not found, that's because you're just not quick enough. There's hundreds and hundreds of people watching for only 50 codes. So that's the purpose of doing surprises. The people that are here participating in chat get rewarded for it. So stick around. There will definitely be more codes. We do giveaways every single day during all of the segments. There will be many more opportunities. There will always be another opportunity. So where were we at? What question were we at? Lovely surprise, but now I lost my spot in chat. So see where we're at. Uh-oh. Fabio hinting at a little something there in chat. Good morning, Fabio. Hope your week's going well. Very nice to see you. Ash, how would you describe liquidity for someone that doesn't trade? It's just locations where there's orders on the market, right? There's levels on the market where you can clearly see where people are placing their orders. Whether you look through price action, whether you look through volume profile, whether you look at market structure, there's just like, let's take a look. Let's go out to the hourly chart and let's take a look here. Right. So in terms of liquidity, right, I really don't care how you view the market. I don't care about the terminology you use. So whatever your beliefs are, that's completely fine. If you want to call it liquidity, whether you want to call it support and resistance, whether you're talking about volume profile, I don't care what it's called. I just want to trade and I just want to make money. So this is what I would point to in terms of liquidity. right? Look at the lows. You can clearly see that there are, hold on, getting to it. All right, take a look at the lows. Whether you want to call this an uptrend, whether you have volume on your screen showing that, there's a lot of orders sitting here at 62.30. There's a lot of orders sitting here at 62.60. There's a lot of orders sitting here at 62.80. Whether you want to call that liquidity, whether you want to call that volume profile, whether you want to call that an uptrend, that's what I would call liquidity in the market. Just areas in which people are buying and selling. That's really all it comes down to, right? So there's got to be something going on here, right? Why did the market turn around at this location both times? It's probably because there's orders there, liquidity there, whatever you want to call it. Same thing here with the uptrend at the lows, right? There's very clear that we've bounced from certain locations multiple times. That must be liquidity or volume or whatever you want to call it. So in terms of how would I describe liquidity to somebody that doesn't know, that's what I would say to them. Very good question there. I really appreciate the questions. I'll continue to thank you guys. Getting to go over these questions, getting to go over this information really provides a lot of repetition. It provides a lot of logic to our decision making. So please do keep asking. Let's keep going over this information. This is where we build conviction, coming in here and working every single day. So thank you for all the people that participate. It's really building a lot of muscle memory. So we got another 20 minutes during my segment. We're doing questions and answers right now. We just had a surprise giveaway. Once again, I think the chat is sub-only mode. So if you want to communicate with us, make sure you sub to the channel, like the video. If you sub to the channel, that way you could communicate with us while we're going through these questions and answers, while we're going through this information. So let's take a look. Fabio, everybody should pay attention to chat. Take a look. Take a look at chat. Let's go, Fabio. Thank you. This is incredible. The amount of giveaways that MyFundedFutures does is just astonishing. Throw a W in chat for Fabio. Coming in here with more codes. Let's give a W in chat for Fabio. Happy Friday, Fabio. I hope your weekend goes well. Thank you. Hope you have an amazing weekend. It's great to see you. Huge W for Fabio. Nice Friday. See, you got the people that are participating and getting rewarded. All right, so the information still remains the same on my end. I know we're going back and forth with asking questions during the time of. Trying to keep this live as well for any new people that are joining the stream. We're still looking at this. Nothing has changed. We're simply just asking questions and going over information during the in-between time. So if you want to throw any questions or information in chat, feel free to do so. I'll gladly go over any type of information regarding trading, anything to do with this business. Happy Friday, chat. It has been a good Friday this morning. Ash, you're such a good person. You get happier than us when we get giveaways. I highly enjoy providing value. So getting to see that we're providing giveaways because we're coming here to work, that makes me feel like, I'm putting my 2 cents in. I'm doing my share. I'm putting my work in and helping the community. So if me streaming means more giveaways, then I'll gladly keep doing it, because there's been so many people that have approached me saying thank you for the withdrawals that they make from these giveaways. Imagine the return on investment that you would get if you were to get a withdrawal from a giveaway account, something you didn't even have to pay for. MyFundedFutures doesn't have activation fees. So imagine you get a giveaway account, then from the giveaway account, you get a withdrawal. the return on investment there is just insane. So let's continue to keep relentlessly working and learning every single week, trying to provide value through giveaways, through trades, through education, through, mental and emotional intelligence, the whole nine. We're going to keep reviewing this business until we all get to where we want to be, without a doubt. Ash, question: why did you start day trading, and why did you choose ICT concepts? So I don't identify in terms of concepts. I'm not going to sit here and just say I'm an ICT trader. I've tried many, many models. I've tried support and resistance. I've tried volume. I've tried indicators. I've tried the whole nine. The only thing I identify with is being a trader. I trade the markets. So I use multiple different terminologies. I don't really subscribe to one certain lingo. What got me into trading is my full-time job. When I first started working a 9-to-5, I had a 401k, so I was contributing to the market, trying to build a retirement plan. As soon as I saw that my money wasn't going in my own bank account, I was saying to myself, where is my money going? So seeing that I was contributing to a 401k, that's what got me interested. I was like, what is this? What is the market? Why is my money going to a different account than mine? This is something that I need to learn about. I need to know where my money's going. As soon as I started looking at the market, that's when I realized that, this is an opportunity. There's a potential chance at an income here, right? Instead of only working your day job, there's something else that you can do to produce income. And as soon as I understood that, that's where I started collecting data. That's where I started showing up to the market every single morning, trying to figure this out so that I could figure out another income source for myself. So it really all starts with the full-time job. We speak about multiple sources of income quite frequently here. I do think everyone needs a very strong main source of income. That way you can keep yourself healthy and safe at all times. Then go get a second job. And the second job is what funds your trading business. Don't put yourself at risk. Okay. Just work more so that when you work more, you know that money is supposed to be used for starting a business. And that business is day trading. So that was my road to day trading. How many years have I been trading? I'm approaching a decade now. So I started when I was in college, and I'm currently 30 years old. So it's been a while. It's been a while, chat. Ash, would you take this trade? Everybody should know my stance. I'm quite clear when I speak on my trades. Throw it in chat. Do you think I'm taking this trade? Yes or no? We've spoke about it many times already this morning. Wow, you don't look that old? W, thank you for that. Love to hear that. I wish I could be 25 forever, but that's just not the case. So at least I don't look old. Exactly. I'm not taking the trade. I just can't put logic behind the decision-making to take this trade. I explained that we had a large overnight move last night. Due to this large overnight move last night, I'm really not interested in taking a trade today. It looks like the volatility for today already occurred. So it looks like the session is going to be choppy and indecisive. So for that reason, I just have no interest in taking a trade. So it's a simple risk management decision to just collect data without risking, right? Just wait and watch. Show up to your session, complete your justifications to your actions, but you don't need to risk money to do that. That's where I'm sitting this morning. Any giveaway for accounts today? You must have just joined chat because you're missing out on the giveaways. Many giveaways have already happened. So people that are here in chat participating, they are getting rewarded today. How did you find consistency, and what did you do to achieve that? Trade less. So some of the things that helped me turn the corner was trading less. Knowing my size is another thing, right? If you can't emotionally handle your P&L going up and down, you're clearly oversized. So trading less, fully defining your risk management, right? Knowing your size. Conviction comes through data. So having more experience as well is another thing. This is not going to be an overnight success. You're not going to see progress in your first week, your first month. It's going to take time. You got to continue to keep failing forward. When I gained more conviction, that was when I had more experience under my belt. So give yourself time to learn. That way you can get more experience. Taking full and complete ownership was a whole nother huge milestone for myself. Once you realize that this is a you versus you business, you stop listening to other people. You start focusing on the process. You start developing your own skill. And you only rely on yourself. Once you do that, that's when you're putting the work in. That's when you're providing that's when you're providing your undivided attention to your own business. And that's where you're going to make a huge leap forward. Lastly, to round out this question is documenting and journaling. The more journaling you do, the more learning experiences you're going to have, right? I show up to the session every single day, no matter what day of the week it is, and I journal and I document. That way, I have more data to work off of. I document my bias before the session. I document my game plan. Then during the session, I document what happens, what positions I saw, what I felt. I record everything, right? I'm doing live streams so that I can literally hear what I'm saying to myself in real time at a later point in time so I can learn from it. Right? So like, are you documenting via text? Are you recording your sessions? Are you video reviewing? Are you even reviewing your documentation? Right? Do you document this in a personal journal as well? Yeah, that's what my Discords are. So I have 2 different communities. I have one paid community, and then I have one free community. The links are in the description of all of my social medias. Those Discords are literally my journals. That is my real journal. I have one Discord that is close to being a decade old. I've literally been journaling in that Discord from the beginning. So I journal every single week, every single day. You could go to those communities and see that. Yeah, the Discords is my personal journal. Very good questions today, chat. Consistency is key. Exactly. Just continue to keep failing forward. Be objective and remain consistent. Have discipline in your self-ownership of your own business. Right? The energy, the focus, the time that you're going to put into your business is going to show in the results. If you want better results, put more time in. I hit the 2100 buffer on the expert account. Let's go. Congratulations. That's huge. This is my first payout and I'm confused how it works. I know I can withdraw $1,000, but is it possible to take more? You have to be above the buffer to take more. If you're within the buffer, then you're going to get a percentage of it. So if you go back to yesterday's live stream, just watch the recording of it. We had an entire, was that yesterday? Was that the day before, chat? When we were talking about the 50K expert account? Was yesterday the long-term conversation or was that on Wednesday? We talked about the 50K expert account on MyFundedFutures. We were talking about drawdown, how to utilize withdrawals, the whole 9. I just can't remember if that was Tuesday or Wednesday. I was going to say go back and watch the recording. That way you can understand how to approach the drawdown and the buffer zone. Yesterday was the long term. So go and watch Wednesday's live stream then. Wednesday is most likely the day that we talked about the 50K expert account and the drawdown. But withdraw when you're capable of withdrawing. I've always been on the side of taking the money. Just whatever money is available to you, take it and put it in your pocket, because It only takes one bad trade to completely ruin all that hard work. So wherever you're at in the account, take the money when the money becomes available to you. All this time, all this hard work needs to be realized. You are not profitable until you have more withdrawals than your expenses. Being profitable is not, having a profitable trade. It's when you make those withdrawals. That's what profitability means. So when you have a withdrawal available, please take it. Yeah, Wednesday was the conversation. Definitely rewatch the Wednesday's live stream then. All of these live streams get recorded and uploaded to the YouTube channel afterwards. So once the live stream has been completed, there's an entire playlist on the YouTube channel. You can always go back and watch the recordings there. Huge amount of gems. The amount of logic that has been provided here is absolutely incredible. Ash, how much time did it take you to become consistent? It took me multiple years. Okay. I'm not no child prodigy. It took me a while. I won't shy away from saying that, I've had many blown accounts. I've gone through the whole trial by fire. It took me a while. Due from strategy hopping, due from oversizing, over trading. I've done all of the natural progression of a trader type of experience. So it took me multiple years, and this is why I always talk about having a main source of income. You gotta work more so that you can be comfortable with risking the money that you are risking. It has to be meant for risking so that there's no emotional attachment to it. Delayed gratification is going to be a real thing. You're going to have to deal with patience. It is unique to everybody's own experience. So just because that happened to me doesn't mean it has to happen to you, but just realize that this is not a get-rich-quick scheme. This is not an overnight success thing. If you wanted to play the lottery, just go down to the gas station, get a lottery ticket. That's not what we're doing here. So it's going to take time. It's going to take effort. It's going to be, there's going to be rough patches. There's going to be good patches. You're going to experience everything as a trader. So you have to be willing to accept that risk. It took me multiple years. Once I became profitable, it made up for all of those years of learning. So I'm very happy that I went through it, no matter how long it took. Because on the other side of that, it opened up things that I didn't even think I wasn't even imagining it growing up. So I would absolutely do this again if I had to. The work has paid off without a doubt. And I'm certain that anybody here can also do the same thing, right? If you put your mind to something, I'm certain that you will be able to accomplish that, especially when you have such consistent action towards those goals. And that's why I believe it was Magnus that said it earlier. Consistency is key. Just keep showing up. Just keep working. Just keep learning every single chance you can get. The more consistent you can be, the faster you can fail forward, the quicker you're going to get to those goals. Just know that it's unique to yourself. It might take you 1 year, it might take you 2 years, might take you 5, might take you 10. Everybody's experience is unique to themselves. Anyone know the percentage of profits one can take for the expert account above the buffer? Yeah, again, my segment's coming to an end, so I'm not going to be able to do an entire conversation about it. When you're in the buffer zone, you can only take a percentage of it. Above the buffer zone, the first 10K withdrawals are 100% yours. So if you've never withdrawn from MyFundedFutures before, right, your first 10K goes 100% to you. After that, you then have a 90-10 split if you are above the buffer zone. If you're within the buffer zone, there's a different percentage, excuse me. So it's all laid out there in the rules. I also talked about it on the Wednesday's live stream, so you can watch that recording as well. But it's all right there in the FAQ section of the MyFundedFutures platform. So any last questions? Got just another minute here for my segment. Happy Friday, chat. Very excited to go into the weekend, touch some grass, do something good for the soul. Time to reset, recharge. That way we can come ready for business next week, ready to continue consistently working and learning. Alrighty, chat. That is the end of my segment. Just want to take another quick moment to say thank you. Thank you to MyFundedFutures. The amount of value that they provide every single week through the community, through the live streams, through the giveaways, through all the hosts. Incredible amount of value. Just very thankful to even have the opportunity to be in the community and to be working and learning with so many like-minded professionals. Thank you to chat as well for being here and participating. It's really, really valuable getting to go over all these questions and informations every single week. So thank you, thank you, thank you. That is the end of my segment. So let's welcome Tom up on the stage. And I hope you all have a nice weekend.
Oh, I'm on. All right, let's go. Just a crazy Friday. Hey, welcome everybody. How's it going? As always, wonderful section here with Ash. Not beer, just some orange juice. Don't worry. Hey, good to be back, and always super valuable things to hear from Ash. I'm always listening into the last 20 minutes. I usually close my stream around 11, and it's always great to hear these informations. So I just want to say super special hello to the hosts and the mods of MyFundedFutures and to everybody. What a day. What a day. So we're going to go into some technicals and stuff. So, but I have some topics as well. The thing is, I just got stopped out from a long position. I was long from somewhere here. So I was holding a position up until the 30s, and my stop was somewhere here. Now look at that. How amazing. With this wick here took me out perfectly. And I was just going back to the zone. Like usually this is what happens. I took this on live on stream, and it was a little bit frustrating, right? It was a little bit frustrating. It is, but what can you do? This is also a make you or break you point. So yes, just stick around. That's all I can say. Exactly. Stick around. Who knows what's going to happen? I just want to say happy Friday to Ash again here on the chat and everybody. Happy Friday, right? Recharge. You know what to do. It's Friday. So if you're in profit, I suggest you walk away. All right. I'm in a small green today. Actually, quite good day, I would say so. Even after losing this trade. No full port right now. No full porting. Okay. But so far a good day. I was hoping that this push is going to keep continuing to that 15-minute supply zone, but it didn't. Not a big deal. So we're going to cook. Definitely. Oh, you were asking Fabio. All right. So if you're in profit, obviously still stick around. Okay. That's why we're here. And let's just go over some technicals. So the idea for me this London session to go for that 15-minute supply zone, I did not take a trade. I was waiting for a possible long entry, and we were just watching price grinding lower. I thought that it's going to take out that Asia low, but it didn't. So, we talked about this. If you can just sit through a session in this case, the London session, and not push the button because the trade is not coming to your way, well, that's a skill. That's discipline, actually. At the open, I did a small scalp, but that's all. And since then, the only trade I had is this. I mean, I was trading early New York session after 7 a.m. I was scalping on some of my accounts. But I want to do here, the first time on my funded TV, I requested the payout. I'm here to learn. Yeah, we're gonna go into learning things. I mean, some lectures or what. I'm not gonna be ICT, don't worry. But we're gonna go into some stuff. All right. But so I just want to say, first time I took a payout on my funded TV was technically a month ago. Well, a little bit more. June, I think it was the 10th of June, something like that. Anyway, I've taken 2 payouts here on my funded TV. I made the decision. I made the decision that I'm just going to take another payout here live on stream. So let's take another payout and, okay, requesting a payout, $1,200, boom, being taken out, $1,200, funds removed already. Cool, awesome. So that means 3 payouts in under 30 days. And only trading a starter account yet, but don't worry, I have the new funded account, a new starter plus, and I'm already going to build up a new expert account that obviously I try to do my best. But that makes it, maybe some of you guys remember that I said on my funded TV that the goal is that I want to take out $3,600 in 30 days. And so I actually went over one day, but $3,600 from MyFundedFutures, only trading starter account. And so, this is a great achievement. So the payout has been paid, by the way, already received and being paid. Just saying. Here's the email, I guess. Where's the email on my phone? It has been paid. I don't know if you guys can see it, but hold on. Yeah, it has been paid. $1,200. That's how fast MyFundedFutures is. That's why we like this prop firm, period. Okay? The best thing about this? I made a video about MyFundedFutures about a week ago or something. And the purpose of that video is to make you guys realize, you can check it out on my channel. The purpose of that video is to realize that how important it is that if you trade with the prop firm, that you can be 100% sure that you're going to get paid out. So you only have to focus on trading, right? That's a huge emotional edge. You know how much we like to talk about emotional edge and edging all around in this market. So the emotional edge, knowing that your prop firm is going to pay you out and you can always rely on your payout. There's a lot of drama happening nowadays. Who knows? I'm not going to say anything, but a lot of drama. But, knowing that your prop firm is paying you out, that's an emotional edge that you can use. If you think about it during trading or when you're taking a setup, just think about it. Okay, that's something positive you need to know. With the edge, of course, we're edging, but again, it has been paid out in maybe under milliseconds. So eventually, $3,600 from starter accounts in 30 days. I'm happy about it. To be truthful, 2 of those starter accounts has been blown up. I know, but I have the new one right now. So basically, it had its cost, okay? Like I had to buy 2 starter accounts, but hey, we're going on for the next one, and we're going to move it higher. I needed to manage these accounts in a different way. We're going to go into that in a different, maybe next week, we're going to dive into multi-account management, right? We're going to talk about that too. The Tom Edge. I'm edging today. All right. I'm not in a trade now. I was in a trade live on stream on my channel. It took me out here. Look at it was because of the market makers. It's always because of them. The market makers are doing this. I'm telling you guys, really. They are listening. They're watching. My stop loss was here and boom. And now look at it. My precious 15-minute supply zone. And you know what? I cannot enter the trade right now. I just can't. It's just, I can't. I'm just going to stay on the sidelines. So, and this is only a make you or break you point. So, do you have the discipline in a situation like this to stay on to stay on the sidelines? To stay on the sidelines and, you know, just watch your trade to go to the original take profit level. This is actually hurting. If it's going to go to, my TP was 29.75 actually. If this is going to go to 29.75, I don't even know what I'm going to do. I don't know. The FOMO is going to hurt my feelings. And I know you guys had the same. Don't tell me you didn't have the same situation. Be honest, you know. Nobody's. I mean, nobody. Just you know, just say it. I know you had the same situation, right? What size starter account do you have? I have 50Ks. Not that I have any problem with the big ones, but because I trade small size, I used to go with the 50Ks. But if you like to trade bigger risk or bigger size, obviously go with the, for example, the 150Ks. How and why did you make the supply zone? Very good question. Chill, Tom. You already got the payout. That's true. Oh, all right. Let's just chill. I'm just gonna drink. Oh. I was thirsty. So let's just go into the details. Why did I chose this 15-minute supply zone? It's very simple, actually. Not the most perfect A++ zone, but what happened here? This dumpage here was because of, how much was this actually? This was 200 points. Okay, 200 points. And this happened right around the Tokyo Open, right? President Trump was commenting something about the copper tariffs or something. I'm not even sure about the details. I'm drinking because I'm thirsty, Danny. Come on. We evolved together. So this was because of the tariff war again. Obviously, what I'm thinking is there's a lot of orders. Lots of orders are stuck in this area. Right? Of course. I can oil up, but that's no, we're not going to talk about crude oil right now. Maybe a little bit, but hold on. So you feel my pain, right? I know, Dasha. So it builds character. Let's feel the pain together, all right? So because of the news event, I'm guessing lots of orders are stuck here. And you know what? It's Friday. We tend to see some rallies, maybe in the PM session, you know. I seen it. So we're going to talk about the giant fair value gap too. Yeah. Exactly. But the thing is, this is when the news came out. And so lots of money, lots of orders is resting here. Let's make it even bigger. Okay, let's just let's turn it a little bit. Okay, let's make it bigger. Is this big enough? No? Oh, maybe this. So I'm suggesting that there's a lot of money up there above that level. So this is just a theory. Oh my God, the FOMO is real. The FOMO is real. Okay, anyway. But let's talk about the let's talk about this. I'm gonna lose my mind. Okay, so don't worry, I'm not gonna jump in. I'm not going to do anything. This bullish candle here on the 15-minute chart, pushed higher. It swept some liquidity here. So, for example, here and where? I mean, definitely. Okay, actually, that was it. But technically, it's valid. It's valid because it swept liquidity and then just boom, the news took it lower. Market structure shift multiple times. Lots of liquidity has been swept. Awesome. This makes this zone quite important in my understanding. Okay. Or order block. You can name it whatever you want. And that's why I thought that this should go up there. That was the original idea. And you know what? I cannot describe to you guys how big of a FOMO I'm feeling right now. Really. I could just go in now. What I would love to do is just push that buy button and smash it. But, it's Friday. So, you know what to do on Friday? Nothing. After a move like this, no. So it's Friday. Got to size down. If you're in profit, got to walk away. If this thing happens, and that's why I said it's a prime example, this is my biggest challenge. This. And also walking away. So these two. One of my biggest challenge is when I see the exact thing happening, taking me out with a wick and then going to my original TP. But anyway, how was your day, everybody? Walk away, walk the walk. Yeah, we're going to do that. Exactly. No, we're going to get over it. Let's just laugh on this, okay? Who cares? Let the market do its thing. I told you, the market makers are watching. So yeah. That's the punishment. Exactly, Roman Arts. I know. I'm an inspiration. I know. I wanted to be good looking as well, but I'm getting older now, so my prime days are over. Anyway, we are looking the 23,030 level. Oh my God. I can't do this. I know I can, but this is like this is torture for me to watch. This is torture. What I wanted to say. Anyway, now I have some money at least for the weekend to spend. Thank you, MyFundedFutures. And obviously, we're looking for. I can't watch this price action. All right. So no trade. You took stop loss because you wasn't in discount. That's true. Also, that's true. On the technical side, I agree. No trade. So when you're in the same emotional situation, obviously, it's a no trade situation. All right. I know how it is. Look at this. This is the the market when it's calling, push the button, go for it, just go for it, full port. Who cares? Just push it. And that's when you have to be real strong, just have to be real strong and not to do anything. Oh my God, this is gonna be basically one of the hardest Friday PM sessions for me. There's one good thing, and I'm just talking partially like this because it's Friday and we are chilling. If you're in profit, that's cool. If you're in a drawdown, that's cool too, as long as you applied your risk management. Okay. And I told you guys last Friday that there is 100% way to stop you from overtrading, and it's just basically called a hammer. If you swing it real hard, you got to aim for the middle of your screen and make sure that you don't have a debit card or credit card around you to run down to the local store to buy a new screen. If you did all those two things, then you're okay, basically. So you lock yourself out for the rest of the day. But you don't have to do that, actually, because MyFundedFutures, if you are on DX feed, Then you go to the dashboard and you lock yourself out from the account. Actually, that's what I should do. So lock yourself out from the account if you're on DXFeed. All right. Excellent feature, by the way. Go check it out. Maybe you haven't even noticed that. If your hammer is broken, then you're doomed. It's over, man. It's done. Yeah. So if you don't have a hammer, I'm sorry. So yeah. Anyway, for the PM session, and that was my daily plan. And anybody, I mean, you guys everybody has a different level or different pattern that you're looking for, or your biases maybe already you decided what to do, when you woke up and you just watched the chart. I told you guys that my bias is usually, well, sometimes I do change my bias. I don't have a specific decision in the morning, like, okay, the sun is shining, I'm going to go bullish today, whatever happens. So it's not like that. Obviously, I try to look for levels on the upside and on the downside as well. Today was easy because I didn't see anything that I liked on the downside, not even when I scrolled back on the 1 hour or any of these time frames. I didn't see anything. So the only level I saw is this one up there. Even if it's not going to go up for it, I don't care. I'm out, and that's it. Where did you hear about MyFundedFutures, and what made you decide to work with them? Oh, well, if I could remember. Oh my God. I mean, obviously, MyFundedFutures started as MyFundedFX back in the days, right? Actually, I had an account with MyFundedFX back in, I think, in 2023 or 22. I don't remember. I had an account, and that was the first time, I encountered the company as a trader like everybody else. And then when MyFundedFutures started, I was actually super hyped up because all the rules and the approach that the company took, I did like the way the new accounts, the rules, as I said. That's how it started. And over the time, like as time went by, obviously I was struggling at the beginning, and then slowly, all the small details came together. And nowadays I keep saying that why are we looking for brand new prop firms? There's a brand new prop firm every 2 weeks out there. We have the best ones, and one of the best one, maybe the best one here. So we have everything we need. We are spoon fed. I told you guys. So yeah, MyFundedFX, exactly. So I just want to hint a little bit of an information because I keep seeing some questions. Stick around, all right? Stay with the stream, and who knows, something's going to happen, all right? That's all I can tell you. So I do have also some topics about risk management. Actually, I have more than one topic. You guys can choose what you want to talk about. But how long am I here for in this segment or overall? I'm on MyFunded TV since the end of May. Very grateful for the opportunity for MyFundedFutures to be here. I mean, for letting me here. And for now, I'm gonna be here like 12:30. Then Matt is gonna take over. Any questions about risk management or technicals? I'm happy to answer. Or if there's nothing, we can just dive into some topics. Thank you, Dingty. We can dive into some risk management topics, when you can just sit back, relax, maybe get a pillow. No, not that. What size starter accounts do you have? I used to go with the 50K accounts. My brain is pretty much wired on the 50Ks. Besides your chill nature, I love your coughs. Sorry. Oh my God. Anyway. I'm going to take a trade maybe. No, I'm not going to. Oh, Actually, what I'm looking for is maybe if it goes super fast, then maybe we're gonna jump into a scalp or something. I don't know. We'll see. But hopefully it will go lower. And then I should not be afraid of any kind of FOMO or anything. If it would just go lower, then my stop loss. Yeah, I know it's hard to pronunciate in from Hungarian to English. You wouldn't imagine. I know. So if it would go lower, I would be much happier. The 22K 900 and 911, 910. I'm not really looking to jump into this one, even if I see that we're pushing above the 20. So no. How many buffer do you use to make first withdrawal? Well, sometimes I do try to risk a little bit, like maybe I take the payouts too early. So sometimes I go for like only 2K or 1800. I did that a couple of times, and I did manage to push the account to the second or third payout, by the way, because I trade small with like 1, 2, 3 micros. I can manage even with a few $100s of drawdown. I did prove it to myself in the past year that it's okay. Sometimes, especially in the New York session, I go with like 1 or 2 micros. That's fine. So, nothing special, but that's how we do it. Small position size. Oh, there's a MyFundedFutures TikTok. My gosh. Everybody jump on the train and follow. TikTok banned India. I didn't know that. Okay. So if you don't have questions about the risk management and the trade setup, we can dive into those topics, right? You're not worried about you. All right. Yeah, okay. So no questions about that. All right. Equilibrium daily range, which we probably will start consolidation. I'm afraid so too. Yeah. If it's not going to move anything in the long chart, well, the last resort to go for a long position might be after 1 p.m. I would say so. Otherwise, it would be difficult to say anything. So anyway, do you have any giveaway? Just stick around. All I can tell you, Okay, so we do have a topic. Actually, there's some topics you can choose from. I think this one, it could be interesting, like how expectations can kill good trading days, right? For example, this one. So how expectations can kill a good trading day. I think that is something we need to look into. So most traders don't lose money because of bad setups, right? They lose because they expect more out of a good one. Now, what does that mean? You nailed a solid trade, followed your plan, and booked a win. Then you just give it all back, chasing what you thought the market should do. I mean, this kind of situation is the one that you're actually giving it back, maybe expecting more from the setup. For example, here, and this is why it's a good example for me to show this trade. I'm still in the green overall in the accounts, but I had a stop loss, but you still expect that the market is going to go to your original TP, right? And at that point, and this is why this is a point where market makes you or breaks you. This is something that you really need to be careful with, especially on a Friday. If you have your expectations too high and you're still like married to the idea that this is going to go to your level, that's when a lot of traders fail, right? So you definitely need to be careful, especially on a Friday, okay? Because that can be draining down your account. The market the market doesn't owe you more, but your ego is going to tell you otherwise. So if the market is just going to choose to go sideways for the rest of the day, but you still don't accept the fact because you still have time, because you just want to make that extra buck, maybe by oversizing, that's when you start to make huge mistakes, right? There's nothing wrong with this level. If it's not going to take it today, fine, then maybe it's going to take it on Monday. Who knows? But I had the trade plan. If this is not going to work out, even it's going to give me FOMO, I just have to accept it. I'm not going to chase that trade anymore because that would be over risking. And that is why I told you guys that this is a point where the market makes you or breaks you, right? So just saying. All right. Yeah. So how expectations ruin trading, right? Let's talk about that. For example, you hold for a home run. Familiar, right? Maybe you're expecting a move that's not even there. Maybe the original target here, let me just get this off, was to go for this 15-minute supply zone, but you're still holding your trade to go for a previous day high because you're expecting more from the setup. By the way, holding on to a bigger reward ratio is actually somewhat better than closing down your trades too early, like just with a few dollars of profit because you're scared of the outcome, right? That's also an issue. So what I just want to say, if you reach your TP level and that's the point when greed comes in. Like, okay, we're here at 30. We should just hold it a little bit longer. Let's break that Asia high and go for previous day high. Let's just hold this trade. Now that's when things can get ugly, and that's when your edge is again going to change. And that is why, again, as we said it every single day, this whole situation, the whole trading edge is just going to play out differently. And that is why collecting data with backtesting is just crucial, right? Very, very crucial. Okay. The second thing, you expect every day to be a trending day, right? We all expect that. When we sit down, we want to take those moves. That's what we want to see, a trending day. Obviously, not everybody, sorry, because we can trade in a range. For scalpers, range trading is obviously better. But obviously, if the market is moving, that's when we can make those gains, right? So you're expecting the market to move with higher volume, and that is what you're expecting every single day. Now, that is a very wrong expectation. I would say so, like high expectation to wait for this every day that the market will do this. So that is something you should not wait every day. Like, yes, there are those days, but you got to have a game plan for those ranging days as well. If the game plan is not to enter a trade, then it's fine, perfect. Or if it's vice versa, like you're making money on a ranging day and you skip the trading days, just do the opposite. You do nothing when the market is like trending crazy. You're just going to sit on the sidelines. But anyway, third thing, you compare to yesterday or other traders. So when there was a good day yesterday, it happens. These things are from personal experience. For example, there was an awesome good day yesterday. You made a lot of profits. Every account is green. You passed your eval. You made money on your funded. Everything was super great. The market went exactly where you wanted it to go. It's not necessarily going to happen on the next day. And that's also a high expectation. All right. And that is why it also kills good trading days. If you had an excellent trading day yesterday, especially when you go into a Friday, you should remind yourself that, okay, you have to, take it back a little bit, tone it down a little bit. You must. So you made $400 yesterday. I should make at least $500 today, right? That's the thought process on this one. Oh, I would say that's not something you should look for. That's wrong. Because you're already focusing on the money, right? Just an idea. I'm just saying. So, and the next one, which is very crucial, the next one is you let your first trade to set the tone or the mood, right? So if you start red, you expect to make it back. That's how it works. I guess it already happened to you guys, right? Your first position was a loss. You started the day in red. The first thing that came to your mind, okay, I'm going to make it back immediately. Like, you don't want to wait 2 hours or 3 hours or maybe for the PM session to wait for the next probable or high A++ setup. You want to make it back instantly. It's not going to work like that. There are certain strategies then that maybe you can reverse the position, which I strongly advise not to do, because after a loss, especially on the first trade, everything can go south if you do something stupid because you just want to make it back quick in the next minute, right? If you start green, hold on, this is the opposite thing. If you start your day green on the first trade, you expect to make it a big day. Let's just assume that the first trade you make $200. Also, bad habit can come around when you make $200 on your first trade, and it's still a lot of time from the session. The market is somewhat moving, and you're beginning to feel false expectations that, okay, I made 200, I still have time, I'm just gonna make another 600 or another 400 because why not? Like, no, that's not the way. You need to forget about that first trade, or even if it's on the green or red. Okay. Either way, the emotions are creeping in without any logic. So watch out with that first trade, because the first trades can get you into very bad or high expectations. Okay. Okay. All right. Let me know if you have questions about this. I think it's important to talk. It's a very important topic. All right. So what to do instead, by the way. Also some solutions that we can do, or you can do. First of all, detach yourself from the outcome. All right. And attach yourself into the execution phase, right? As I said earlier, if you're focusing on the money, trading is going to be much harder for you. All right. Much, much, much harder. And oh my God, maybe just look at the screen or something, who knows? I'm just saying. Just saying. Man, MyFundedFutures is giving away like, it's unbelievable. Giveaway bonanza all the time, every time. I must say congratulations. I know the reaction is unique, right? Congratulations for the winners. Let's go. Oh my gosh. Magnus just said more to come. So stick around. All right. Yeah, congratulations. No, it's there. It's there. Put some W's in the chat for the winners, or the winners should put that W's there. All right. So, what I said, detach yourself from the outcome, attach to the execution. All right. Maybe you never heard about this, but we're just repeating the same thing from a different angle. I told you guys. Focus on quality trades, not the size of the result. Okay. You can take quality trades with just one single micro. I told you the biggest gain that you're going to get with trading micro is your conviction and confidence towards your entry model. This is heavy. I know you guys, some of you guys might be saying, yeah. This is heavy stuff. And this is what's going to make you or break you, right? The next thing, what you can do against your high or wrong expectations is have a daily goal, not just P&L based. So, for example, a very good daily goal, maybe you can put it out on a sticky note or something, to follow my plan perfectly. You know, just put out a reminder on your screen somewhere, put out a sticky note or something that follow my plan perfectly. It does help. I use sticky notes sometimes. It definitely helps. Or only take 2 A+ setups, right? All right. So this is also important. Absolutely. So the next thing, you got to accept the fact that some days are boring. Trading is meant to be boring, okay? Trading is meant to be boring. It's not going to change. It's always going to be the same cycles. The boring cycles are going to come around every time, every month, every week, I would say so. So these are things that are repetitive as well. You must understand that trading is very, very boring. And as I said, if you have expectations that you had a great day yesterday and now you're expecting that you're going to kill the market today as well, you know, that's just also a bad habit or bad expectation. There is something here that I wrote down, and I usually don't do this, but because I have a different risk management style, and that would be take partial profits or trail your profits if you can, because that's going to count. Hold on, I just have to put my phone on silent. So you can take partials or trail your stop. That's actually going to help. What I just want to say with this is that have a proper risk management plan. So predetermine your risk, as I want to say here. Okay, that's also very important. Okay, so that is something that you can do against those bad expectations or bad habits. And so, yeah, I just want to say that a trade that worked but didn't give you enough isn't a failed trade, right? Maybe you went in with a small position, but that's technically not a failed trade. That's a winner. It's just, it's actually definitely a successful trade because your expectations turned out good. I mean, sorry, your risk management plan was good, but your analysis was good. And if your analysis is good, then you're definitely going to have an easier time to upscale your risk management. I told you guys this, then when you sit down and start your trading day, have your levels, whatever it is that you're looking for, put on your trade, maybe with a small size. And if everything is good, if the trade goes well, and if those trades are reaching that level that you outlined, that's all you need for success. The rest is just small steps in risk management. Okay. All right. So So if you have questions about this, let me know. I know for sometimes it could be maybe a little bit boring topic, but it's actually very important. And that's why I wanted to talk about this. But what is attractive, or when you take private flawless execution, it makes trading interesting. Oh, yeah, exactly, Felipe. So that's the beauty of trading, by the way. That's why I love trading. So when there is an A+ setup, most likely, or you have your levels and the trade, the entry model plays out, I would say the entry comes into your way. And even if you take it with a small risk, because you're not focusing on the money. For example, I can take another shot on this trade with just 1 micro, but I'm okay for the day. I'm in the green. I'm fine. It's Friday. But again, if you want to gain more confidence and conviction towards your analysis, then that's the beauty of it. You can still take it, and it makes very interesting. I mean, it makes trading beautiful and interesting, in my opinion. And by the way, also tape reading. Tape reading makes it all interesting as well. Logo, I would say, am I a trend trader? I'm not sure that I'm doing better in a trending market. I think I'm doing better in a ranging market, but for ranging market, I would say ranging on the 4-hour chart or maybe on the 1 hour. Like we do have seasonable tendencies in ranges. Like obviously we had the trade war in April and the market was moving 1,000 points. And then we have the summertime when the market just moves like 10, 20 points, maybe when it's just going sideways. I like the market when it has a range of about like 100, 200 points. If it has a bigger range, then that's something that it's a little bit dangerous to go into. These zones that I'm looking for are usually outlining in a ranging market. Ranging market is basically picking up liquidity on both sides. And that's when ideally these zones are showing up. So I would say most likely in a ranging market. Teach us how to read the tape, please. Carla, I can go into tape reading, but definitely we can go into that. It would be almost impossible to teach you guys tape reading in 15 or 14 seconds. Seconds, oh my God. Minutes. I think I'm getting tired. I had 2 coffee today, and I better get more sleep. So, yeah, we can go into tape reading, but depends on what are you looking for. And that's also actually a very good question. What are you looking for when you're tape reading? You can just tape read trend lines. Obviously, you got to know something about market structure. If you're trading with trend lines, for example, or moving averages, then your tape reading is going to be somewhat different than mine, because I'm looking for the order blocks, I'm looking for fair value gaps and imbalances in price or liquidity voids. That's what I'm looking for. If you're looking for, if you're trading with trend lines, you might going to be looking for trend line breaks, just like liquidity sweeps as well. Yeah, I need a Monster Energy drink. This is just, actually, this is soda with some orange flavor. That's it. So not vodka orange. So don't worry. And so that's a different type of tape reading. If you're using moving averages, then your tape reading is going to be about, okay, this exponential moving average crossed this here and here, so we can expect to pull back to this level here, or you're using the VWAP. The VWAP, here's the VWAP. Okay, we went up to the VWAP, we bounced off from the middle. Okay, we're going up there. So it's different for everybody. And because I'm definitely into these zones and the order blocks. That's what I'm looking for. When I open up the chart, I usually clear everything. Like I have a clean chart like this. And I just start to draw everything here. No indicators, nothing. I just put on everything one by one, sell side liquidities, zones, fair value gaps that I'm interested in. And that's how I start to do my own type of tape reading. But that's why everybody is different, depending on your style, I would say so. So we can go into that. Can you please explain me, if I make 5K in 5 days, then I request payout 1,200, how much you make 5K in 5 days, then I request payout, how much my buffer account will be? Well, if you make 5K and you request the 1,200, then obviously you're going to have quite a lot of buffer there. So 3,800, actually not, because there's plus 100, so $3,700 on the 3,700. There's plus 100 there, I think. So that's more than enough, especially on a starter account, right? No, it's possible to make 5K. Why not? Quite possible, especially on an expert account, though. But yeah. Let me know if you have questions about this. Happy to answer. Happy to answer questions about risk management, technical stuff. We still have about less than 10 minutes or somewhere about 10 minutes until Matt is going to take over. I was a little bit fast on this topic, but I'm not sure I'm going to go into the next one. Did you say that you live stream? Yeah, London session. I live stream in London session from 2 a.m. Eastern Standard, and also at 9:30 at the market open, US market open Eastern Standard. So twice a day, easy for me from Europe, right? For the 50K, what's the ideal size to use? I would say, Johnny, I would say there's no exact number here, because it depends on your entry model. It depends on your risk tolerance. I would say go with micros, no more than 5, 8, or 10 maximum if you're scalping. But it also, as I said, it depends on your strategy, right? There's no simple answer for that. Asia, Europe time frame is easier. Well, I'm surprised actually nowadays, especially in the past couple of weeks, that Asia session tends to make some very good moves, and then London session just goes consolidation. And this happened a lot of times in the past couple of weeks. Like we're just sitting through the London sessions nowadays because nothing to do, or it's just actually very tricky, right? Definitely. Sudip, there's my YouTube handle up there in the upper right corner. You're welcome to join us. So we have a very good community there as well, just like here. Positive vibes all around, All right. But that was a good question. So no exact number there that I can say. I'm not going to leave you. Don't worry. And so look at this. The FOMO is kicking in. I changed from micros. I just blew my first. Definitely changed to micros. And I keep this. I have this. The same situation, like almost every week from traders on my stream as well. And today I actually had at least 1 or 2 guys in the chat. They're saying everything changed since they went down to trade micros. And I was being asked a couple of times, like, how can I sit through a trade? Like, I entered here into this trade hoping that we will go up there to the supply zone, And I was being asked, like, how can I hold a trade like this and not do anything? Like, it's all possible because I sized down the position. It's easier with micros. And to be honest, you can make decent payouts, especially like only with like 2 or 3 funded accounts, especially if you're not copy trading them, just rotating these accounts. I would say you can make a very decent income only with 3 funded accounts trading micros. Now, I did the same. Unfortunately, I blew up 2 of those accounts in the past. So I left with 1 now, and I have another one. Sorry. So basically 2 accounts. But I was able to take out $3,600 in 30 days, which is great, right? I mean, yes, unfortunately, those accounts are gone, like 2 of them. But the goal is to scale it up, and that's why we're here. And just like Kobe is saying, patience is a virtue. And that's why if you have a losing streak on one account, just switch to the next one, right? I hope you guys are taking payouts today, just like I did. You know, Dom, hello. C. Kennedy, let's go. Hey, Leo, good to see you. How much do you risk per trade? Because I'm using 50K accounts usually. I might try to go for the 150Ks, by the way. I usually risk about $200 ish on the funded accounts per trade. Gabor, fellow Hungarian, hello. So somewhere around $200 ish per trade. I would say if I have 3 losses in a row, that's a big red flag for the session at least. Like, okay, something is not working. I did something bad. And that's why I'm saying if you apply, even if you apply proper risk management, so you say, okay, I'm going to take maximum 3 trades in the session or throughout the day. And if you're losing all those 3 trades, then there is an error. There is something wrong. Maybe it's not your risk management because you went in with the proper contract size, but maybe there was something you got to I'm not saying there was a problem with the trade, but you got to look back and check your entries. Because this is what we were just talking about. Like, did you enter a trade that wasn't even there? Or, just like me, you took a loss and you forced yourself into another entry. Did you broke the rule by forcing yourself into a revenge trade, even with the proper risk management? So you got to ask yourself these questions. And if 2 of those 3 losses happened because you made a mistake by entering those trades, the setup was not there, then actually that's a red flag that you should stop for the session at least, or maybe for the day, because you can easily fall into a tilt or just a revenge trading session or whatever. You got to protect that account or capital there. Okay. So you got to be careful with that. And again, let me just state this, that it's Friday, okay? Markets could be getting slower and slower. Maybe there's going to be another pop here in the PM session, okay? I'd like to see this move, but I'm not going to take a trade. This is what I'm expecting for the rest of the day. This is what I'm expecting. I'm just going to make peace with the FOMO because if I do something stupid now, especially on a Friday, I don't want to give back my profits. All right. So just don't forget that. And you must use the weekend to recharge. So if you're in profit, don't give it back to the market. If you're in a drawdown, stop. Look back for the week. And I think I saw a question there. I don't know. I missed it. Anyway, just look back for the week and ask yourself, did you apply proper risk management? Or did you do your analysis every day? And was your analysis correct? Or how much was your analysis correct? What was your win rate? Because there is a win rate also on your analysis as well. Okay, you got to look back at the end of the week, and whatever it is that you're seeing, like you broke your rules, how many times you broke the rules. If not, you ended up in the green. You got to ask yourself that were you lucky, or did you apply proper risk management? Were the trades taken according to your edge? These questions needs to be answered. And if you don't want to journal it down to a notepad or anything, then it's fine. Then at least just sit down and scroll back the charts or your trading history on the dashboard. MyFundedFutures is having an excellent dashboard, and you can look through those numbers and your trades, like what did you do right or wrong. Okay, but definitely use the weekend to recharge, touch some grass, step away from the screen, except if you want to do some backtesting. Obviously you need to collect as much data as possible. Okay, so and that's why it's so crucial. So if you have questions, I'm happy to answer. I know Matt is going to be here soon, in a minute or two, but I'm happy to answer quickly to questions about this. If not, then I'm just going to keep on talking anyways. If you guys would like to join us on the London streams and New York, there's my YouTube handle up there in the upper right corner. I would be super grateful to push the London stream to all-time highs, and we have more people there, so thank you. I know, Abyss, but I'm going to be here in spirit. I'm always listening into to Matt's stream as well, and Ash is always giving a lot of good information. I wish I could listen in at the start, but I'm doing my own stream as well. My account size, as I usually go with the 50Ks. Okay. I don't know why. I mean, I know why, because I trade small. I said that, just a few micros here and there. And for me, that's enough. But if I can make it this year, I mean, I can scale up with the risk. My goal is definitely to go in with a bigger account. I mean, that is something I'm looking for. It's all about risk management. Risk management is going to do the heavy lifting. It's going to make you those big profits. And the goal for me is definitely to get to those live accounts. I see that it's not always that simple, especially when the market. I mean, the market is actually, it's never the market. It's never the market. I've almost said like when the market is going to let me do that, but actually that's a false statement. The market is just doing what it has to do. It's always up to you, knowing when to trade, knowing when not to trade, and it's all about risk management, right? So do yourself a favor on the Friday PM session, and even if you want to push the button and pull the trigger, just do it with a very small size. Or when I go crazy, I just get another evaluation account and I go crazy. But don't do that. All right, we have the man here, Matt. Welcome.
What's up, Tom? Good to see you, buddy.
Good to see you too. Well, everybody was waiting for you. I mean, everybody's asking, where is Matt? I said, don't worry, he'll be here. So how is your day? I hope 10K again.
It was 13K. It was pretty good. Bought the dip. This long bull market has been paying out like crazy. I've been lucky. I'm on a 13-day streak. I posted it on my Twitter, but it's just been, bull market has been giving very generously.
Nice. That's good to hear. Yep. Awesome. All right. Well, everybody, chat, thank you so much. Have an awesome weekend. Happy Friday. Happy weekend. Recharge. And Matt, take it away. Thank you so much. And see you guys next week. All right.
What is up? Hold on. Let's see if they can get the screen shifted over here. There we go. How's it going? How's it going? I think you still see Tom's screen there. You guys can switch it over to mine. Thank you very much. Almost there. We almost got it. There we go. All right. Guys, been such an amazing day. Let's hear for Tom. Get some W's in chat for me, please. And as we kick it off, there's some rockets in there for us. If you guys want, this has been one heck of a trading day. This has been awesome. Last night, market dips. Canada, Trump, tariff news, same old, market dip. I grabbed the dip in one account here, and then as it overshot, that account hit max. So again, my 9 accounts that I'm always trading, I show you guys the same ones every day. 3, 1, and 5. This is just a picture of where I am. One of the accounts hit max drawdown, but that was like what I call the first penguin in the water. That's the one that grabbed the falling knife at monthly hedge pressure. Typically, we hold orange. This one hit stop as a retrace and got back to there. I got in and longed on pretty much all the other ones and built a position, and I closed out there with, you know, whatever profit I had, which is probably 5K, 6K, whatever. Then I went to bed. Like people in my community, I think, grabbed this dip and traded that all night long, though, and that was pretty nice. This morning, as I woke up pre-market, I came in here to see we were opening right at MHP. Pre-market, I jumped in on the long. Then right when we busted up, hit half gap, I closed out on profit while I'm waiting for all my details to come through in the market. And then after we busted and I hit profit, I waited. Market fell right to there. I longed again and grabbed that long all the way up to liquidity pocket. This was such a straightforward day. Then I scalped it again one more time, pocket to pocket. You guys know my favorite trade, bear zone, bull zone every time. I always say the EST every single time trade. Zone to zone. I mean, it is such a good trade. 554, 555 QQQ, which translates to a 40-point run in NASDAQ, has just been such a good play all day long. Here to here, happened once. I longed right here. It dipped out pretty quick. I didn't stop out because it wasn't far enough to stop out, but here went up there, went up there. I mean, these have just been play after play after play. Now, the new play I'm looking for right now is if the market does support here, which is a rarer case, 90% of days will likely end up somewhere in between these two. Now, I'm not calling for a bear market. It's definitely been bullish, but the odds are very small that we break out of liquidity pocket and keep going. So I'm looking for this right here. This is stable, okay? Stable bull. As you see, it's been stable. It's having a hard time breaking it. Only about 10% of days do break and go. 90% of days don't usually do that. So it's about a 10% chance that we break and go. 90% we stay down in here. Now, again, I don't short it because of 90%. I always take the bull trade if I can. Right now, I am perfectly flat. I don't want to take the 10% trade, and I don't want to short against the bull run. So therefore, I'm going to choose to sit out at least for now and wait for something better. Heck, I might even get this stable trade one more time. That'd be kind of nice. This is my A+ setup. This also, if you open above, is considered an A+ setup, but it's not really like on the break. It's a little bit of a rarer case. And right here, you can see there's volume pressure pushing us higher. This is actually genuine bulls. But when you see the move that curves like this, that's not bullish. A little trick that you'll learn is that the way something moves tells you who's trading it or who's doing it. Can we all see, everybody in chat? Tell me if y'all see this. Do you see the difference between this move and this move, right? Concavity. You'll see the difference, right? Everyone see that difference? Yes, yes. One's like, let's get to show this right here, right? You'll see that. One is like this, one is like that, right? Concave up like this is short squeeze. Basically, everybody that was selling or shorting, we trigger those stops, and it's not really genuine bullishness. It's more like stop running. And as you see, when volume increases, as price increases with this curvature, it's a short squeeze. It's not necessarily bulls entering the picture here. So we're waiting to see that develop and see what happens. I want to see if bulls are going to enter the picture here because NASDAQ can run another 80 points. We have these pocket-to-pocket trades, which like people in my community jokingly call the Arby's trade. I'll tell you why in a second. Let me get the little cheat sheet for you so you can see what's going on here. Let me grab that cheat sheet. The nicknames and the memes are real in my stream. You guys and your creativity, it never gets old. So essentially what happens is we have two combinations here. The idea that a liquidity pocket I always long from, bear zone to bull zone, every single time is my favorite trade. This guy right here, that's my favorite trade. So as you see, when you have bull, bear, and bear, bull, and bear, when they're inverted like this, people started calling it a Big Mac or saying it looked like a sandwich, right? But the idea is you have a liquidity pocket, illiquidity pocket, which is volatile, stacked on top of each other. When you break from a bull zone through a bear zone back to bull zone, you can tandem the two trades together, and I take bun to bun trade through the meat every single time. So we used to call it zone combination trades. People started calling it, hey, there's a bear zone sandwich. And then I tell people I don't eat at Arby's because Arby's sandwiches just look weird to me. Don't ask. They just creep me out. And so now people call it the Arby's trade, but jokes aside, it is definitely an illiquidity pocket, liquidity pocket sandwich. I trade from A to B. This is one of my favorite setups to take because the market can run. If NASDAQ picks up the steam from here, it's an 80-point rip. And I'll share that with you guys in just a second. Let me actually tweet the show here. All right. Now we're back. Oops. So what do you guys feel? And say you never had Arby's? Yeah, like I never really had it either. I went on this rant one day. We were talking about fast food. I just told everybody that I thought Arby's sandwiches in their, like, you ever order a sandwich from a place, it's just like, it's a sandwich with the meat on there in the bun, right? But the Arby's ads, when you see them, it's like, it's different. It's a bun and it's like stacks of meat. It just looks like this. And then there's another bun that's completely unrealistic. And the meat has these like little weird crease folds in them. It kind of just looks like skin. I don't know. I always tell people it looks like a skin sandwich. And so the joke aside, then everybody always trolls me in chat and, tells me when I make $50 that I can actually afford Arby's at this time, that, that's kind of the joke. But the sandwich trade is bear zone, bull zone, combination, and we got that in QQQ setting up. So if this does ride, we've got the same setup here to there, which is like the perfect end to the day, which I think I might try to get in on. So for fun, let me go ahead and take the trade just at bull zone since we're supporting there. And we'll see if we can't ride it up. If I do get that completely, stable liquidity pocket. Now, the one thing that isn't agreeing with this trade closing up here, it is a 10% chance, but the ride is pretty quick, is the idea that our resilience level, which is this white line, is not positive in the S&P, which means the S&P is going to have a really hard time breaking through this half gap, which is here. It might not happen till the end of the day, but we want to see if the stocks are picking up some momentum. If this white line is below 0, which it is, the S&P is going to have resistance off of that. So we have two competing pressures. We have support off of this and resistance off of that. So it's up to anybody's judgment call which way we go. Usually, I don't take the breakout case other than just taking it with a small position. But we'll see if anything comes out of it. I think I'm going to stick to my guns and maybe bet that things get better. I want to see the white line go above 0, though. What do you guys think? You never had it and you're already hating? I feel like you should be honest in your advertising. Nobody's sandwich comes out that beautiful looking with 2-foot tall stacks of meat. That's not normal. But yeah, it is rare that we do break this and go. But LP is stable right in here. So we'll see how the market pans out. And the minute I touch it, it does go down. So this one account is the only one I'm working on to have a chance to take some kind of trade, just to show you guys a trade on the stream. If I do long here, I can always long down in here. I'm not super thrilled about today's bull setup. It is a rare chance that we do go, but the R&R is really big that we can take it. I probably should be tapping it with some micros, but we'll see. But we are not getting any buying pressure right here on the S&P. Let me go ahead and zoom in a little bit quicker here. Now let me piece together what we have. I do fear that the market will likely pull back. We open down in here, so 90% of days we close down in there. This is a very likely path to be at. So the rarer chance is to break through LP and keep going. Market is very liquid here. There is liquid pressure here. If it does break and if it does support here, then I've got zone to zone sandwich trade as a rare breakout case. Like when I say about 10% of days, do you actually get the momentum to break out? We don't have the stocks that have gapped down filling their gaps. The stocks that have gapped down have stayed gapped down. And therefore, the stocks are here inside of this area right here. Currently, stocks equivalently with the S&P and NASDAQ, the stocks are down here on the S&P. Actually, NASDAQ is up here. Stocks and the S&P are down here. So S&P is pullback pressure. NASDAQ is push up pressure. They're both kind of doing different things. The S&P being negative is down inside of here. The S&P does not have the momentum to pick up inside of here unless the stocks start getting some love, which we've been watching the S&P, and it's kind of trying to get there, which is good. I want to see this line go positive for the S&P to go up and fill its gap. So this white line is a gap fill predictor. It's an arbitrage indicator that's looking for market cap flux through the dealer's redistribution zone. It's a whole thing. A lesson on that later. But my particular trade that I want to get, that I've been doing all day today, this is my A+ setup from zone to zone. On the break case, this is also an A setup. It's normally A+, but we've lost confluence, so I'm going to say that it's an A. NASDAQ is supporting half gap. S&P is resisting half gap. So S&P like effectively has resistance like there. ES, right? And then NASDAQ has support because I'm just basically where half gap was and S&P is there. And NASDAQ has support right there. So can big tech carry us today? Hopefully so. I might be able to get, somebody said later Bugatti. Wait, Uncle Bugatti coming here? What's up? What's up, Mr. Guy? Good to see you. I'm not even reading chat. I'm on a tangential teaching spree here. Good to see some friends stopping by. How you doing, man? All right, let's see. What do you guys got? How's Rock Scooter work? Can we get those same levels on our charts? Yeah, you can. It's automated. Basically, the back end reads the options data and it creates these pivots based on options data and arbitrage and other things. Everything in the equity side, like these pockets, are all automated. Like I can click on any stock and have them. On the right is a guideline as to which way the flow is actually moving. So an example here is that Amazon has bouncing effect on this blue line. Bouncing effect on the blue line is the guide. At 9:30, the stuff is printed out. Apple, looking solid. Nvidia, looking solid. Amazon, looking solid. Microsoft, hedge pressure, monthly hedge pressure upside here. So basically shows you the flow and the high volume pivots on all the stocks. And then we also map it out in futures using equities options. And then we convert it to futures. All of these notes like this are like my own personal notes, but we actually are doing a project right now in Rocket Scooter to automate all of this, including the notes. So my personal notes, and then we're doing a real-time backtesting module, which is kind of neat. They'll be able to show actual real-time probabilities under certain conditions, which I'm excited to have that being done this year. Our current projects are doing stuff like that in the platform. To answer your question, yeah. No, just sitting and waiting. I do like to see this white line go above 0, so hopefully the S&P can pick up some steam. Nasdaq stocks are kind of selling just a teeny little bit. I would like to see this support here. Now, just for demonstration, I did grab a trade. I will likely be somewhat considered this slightly over trading. Not that I want to over trade, but just in one account just to do it. To demonstrate the trade, because the R&R is really good. I'm almost maxed out on profit on all these accounts. I can make about 2,000 per account to maintain consistency. So I'm pretty decent, like in a good spot where I am there. But as the market is building up, hopefully supporting, I want to see the S&P continue to move. If the S&P be the darling today, that'd be nice. Let me zoom in on S&P and let me zoom all this out. Now, remember, people are still kind of like on the edge about the Canada stuff. S&P did try to rally halfway the distance of the sell-off both times and has failed. And the fear that I have is that the market is not actually bullish. It's just finding the middle ground, that this could be a transitional place for the market. S&P, this white line right here is what fluxes off of this white line here. As it has been less than 0 all day, the S&P has rejected and rejected, but the fact that it's getting slightly better, I always err to the bull side, meaning that if this pops here one more time, it's going to go. That's my bet that I have right now. I just put one contract on it in NASDAQ. I could be trading in S&P, but NASDAQ is good enough for me right now. And we'll see if we get anything. Hopefully so. And now we wait. That's it. What's the win rate on my strategy? What's my win rate? Sure, let me take a picture and show you. This is my historic win rate in another prop firm that I've been trading since before I joined the MyFunded team. You probably might know who it is. I'm not going to name it, but over 480, so basically 680 trades. I have a 71% win rate that spans from February until now. This is when I started with that firm, and I've been babysitting the same accounts there. These accounts, I'm up $170,000 in profit with the 71% win rate, even through the market crash. So that's my personal win rate. Now, my results don't imply your results. But I'm pretty good trader, so I have decent results since February. That's historic, over almost 700 trades in 6 months. Yep, and through the bear market, so I survived even through that. But that's just me. What's R&R, risk to reward ratio? That's what R&R means. Snipping tool is the GOAT. Just grabbing pictures of that. Yeah, let's see if I can do my I'm on a 13-day winning streak, which is kind of nice. This is my trade calendar for this one particular firm for the month. This is Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, July, green all the way through. So it's been one heck of a month. And of course, I trade, as you see on my screen, I trade 3 different firms. I trade this firm, I trade another firm, and I trade MyFundedFutures. So I do all 3 at once. So that'd be it. What's my R&R? What kind of question is that? What is my R&R? That's you don't determine an R&R. The market determines your risk and reward. You don't determine that. Most traders get that whole entire thing backwards. Like, I only go for 2-to-1 trades. You don't get to choose that. That's why traders fail. The market chooses that for you. Today, the market is handing me a 2-to-1 trade if I get it. I didn't choose to take 2-to-1. I don't trade from random spot to random spot. Every single day, the market hands me a potential 80-point play, but I'll take a 40-point stop on. I take 1-to-1 trades all day long. I took 1-to-1 trade, 1-to-1 trade from here to here. The market structure gave me a 2-to-1 trade. I'll take any trade that's at least 1-to-1 that has a high probability. Those liquidity pockets, 90%. They're so strong. And so the market tells me what to do. Sometimes there's 2-to-1, sometimes there's 4-to-1s. It just depends on the structure. I have rules that I trade within the structure. And if it's a higher win rate 1-to-1, I'll take it every time. If it's a lower win rate, bigger stretch, I'll trade smaller and take it. It just all depends. My rules are pretty solid because I do the same thing every time. But that's a good question. Like what is but somebody says someone has a different opinion on that. I don't care what other people think of. I'm definitely like, a lot of the prop firm traders, like I'm a real trader. So a lot of these prop firm guys have different rules for whatever. I'm doing real account, real trading most of the time. I'm doing prop firms recently. People trade them differently than a real account trader, but all these prop firm traders have different rules and different styles, and all power to them. But if you choose a risk and reward, you're just trading randomly, and you really don't understand the market. The market structure is the market structure. You gotta trade what you get, right? Trade micros and minis, a little bit of both. Just depends. Yeah, just depends. In real markets, in real market accounts and real live accounts is a different strategy in prop accounts. Prop accounts, you have to like limit your profit and maintain drawdown and all of that. And, for visibility and for what you guys like to see on the stream, I do trade props, but I also have my own real account I trade with, and I have a whole different style that I created for that. In trailing drawdown accounts, you have to get a certain R&R because you're dealing with a trailing drawdown. So in that type of environment, you're forced to define like an arbitrary, I can only make X amount of dollars before I lose this. You have to define it because the rules make you define it. That's kind of why I say the prop firm traders have different rules that don't really apply to a real trading account. Does that make sense to you guys? Do I copy trade your accounts? I do not. I trade each of them individually. I never will copy trade accounts. That's also the secret to making a lot of money doing this. And so, as I know I showed you guys yesterday, my total, and again, like I said, transparency is very important to me. There's a lot of traders out there that do a lot of stuff, that say a lot of stuff, and you never really know what's going on. I always like to share with you guys, people. These are my total payouts so far in my prop accounts in July. And July has been only going on for 11 days. I've already pulled out $20,374 in payouts just for these last 11 days. So, just FYI, I practice what I preach. So I just always like to show you guys my historic performance, my actual payouts, just so you guys know I'm the real deal. So yeah, I've taken out, what is it, 20K in 11 days. That's all that's prop money. Can I explain my trading strategy? Volume prediction. Each one of these levels is predictable high volume, which means I just trade at a level and I follow the flow. It's a very simple concept. The trading strategy uses options to pinpoint where volume can be with high degree of accuracy. How many prop firm accounts do I have? A lot. On my stream, I commit to showing the 9 that I show. I don't show everything I do on stream or even talk about it. So I'll show, there's 3 firms I work with that I show on stream. There's a handful of others that I don't ever show on stream. I don't ever publicize either. So anything that I commit to on stream, I show you guys the full history or whatever I do with, but other firms I can do on the side and I don't try to give visibility to. I just do it because I do it. Do I stream live? I do, actually. I have one of the biggest live futures trading streams in the world, actually. We're pretty big. Matt Go predicted the drop. Maybe. Do I live stream? Of course I live stream, baby. Yeah, we're pretty big. But yeah, so now I'm looking for hopefully this bull zone bottom breakout. S&P res is getting closer to 0, which is nice. So the 2 strategies I do are volume prediction and index arbitrage. They're 2 totally unique styles that nobody teaches really except for us. We can use options to pinpoint high volume pivots. This is a high volume pivot. We use options calculations, and it's all done automated. So it's like you have to do any of this to find out which direction the flow is likely to take based on hedging. And then we use arbitrage, which is watching the stocks all at once, which is down here at the bottom of the screen. And these parameters up here are telling me what the stocks are doing. This green one right here is telling me that the stocks are bullish. If that's greater than half, then this is support and this is support. Okay. If this white line is less than 0, this is resistance. If it's greater than 0, that's support. And as the S&P has gone right to 0 and slightly above, we are now seeing pivoting action off of there, which is great, which is why I'm long in the trade. I'm betting on it getting better. So I'm basically watching if the stocks are getting better, I'm longing the futures. If the stocks look weird, I'm trimming down my position on futures. And this breakout goes from zone to zone. We get an RB trade today. I can get 80 points on NASDAQ, which should be about $1,600 in one contract. Be kind of nice. Am I taking a boat trip this weekend? Yeah, to the moon. No, but seriously though. Do you have a big bag of overly seasoned chips that you really give one to us in chat right now? Oh, I do. You hold on. My pride and joy. My pride and joy. I celebrate, right? I guess every time I have a 10K day, I should bust out the chips. And let me tell you the story of the Miss Vicky's spicy dill pickle. Number one, Miss Vicky's chips, love them or hate them. They're the best chips on the planet, in my opinion. They're amazing. Somebody said, how old am I? How old do I look? That's the real question. No matter how old I am, but I wonder how old I look to you guys. Now, Miss Vicky's has a spicy dill pickle version of the chip. Jalapenos are amazing, but you may never had the spicy dill pickle chips. I have to order them online. The grocery stores don't have them, but I order them by the box. And this one particular bag of chips is a mutant bag of chips because it is covered in, like, the bag has a seasoning. It's like a sea of seasoning. These things got over seasoned, and I don't know what happened to them, but they got seasoned about 20 times the amount of seasoning on a traditional chip. Let me show you these amazing mutant chips. They're so seasoned, you can see black speckles on them. There should be like maybe 3 or 4 of these little dill speckles on these. But let me show you some of the mutant chips. Look at this one. Look at how much seasoning is on this chip. Hold on, let's see if it focuses on it. Literally the entire chip is coated in a layer of seasoning. You can see it's like a mountain of seasoning on top of this chip. So instead of eating this amazing bag, these are by far the most, it's like having Doritos with like 40 times the cheese on it, okay? So I've kept this bag of chips in my fridge so that every time no, don't say yuck. By far, the most amazing flavor, to have so much flavor on a chip. I eat one every once in a while to celebrate. IDOC and I are like, we need to bust these out every once in a while to celebrate. Oh. There's so much flavor. Wow. So every once in a while when I need a trophy, we bust out the bag on my stream and we'll eat one chip. So every time I do a 10K day, oh, so good. We'll eat one. So you see on my stream what everybody says, bust out the bag of chips. Now I'm going to bust out every time I'm celebrating. Wow, it's Flavor Town. Okay. All right. So how old did you guys think that I am? That's the real question. Let's see if y'all guessed even right. Somebody said 38, 25, 38, 35, 32, 33, 35, 43, 36, 32, 38, 51, 69. Yes, I'm 69, 420. 72, 39. The range is so big. 82, let's go higher, 40-ish, 0 to 99. All right. Most of you guys are wrong, which is great, but you're kind of in the ballpark. I'm definitely 40s, so let's start there. Without doxing myself that you guys can make a credit card out of my name, I'm greater than 40 and less than 45. I'm in that range. I may not look or act the part, but I'm definitely 40s. For sure. I have a 7-year-old kiddo too, so I am definitely older. The answer is always 42. Yeah, we'll stick with that. I'm young enough to know that I'm not 50, but I'm old enough to forget how old I am in my 40s. Sometimes I'm like, wait, how old am I again? Listen, life is good. My 20s were great. I was an engineer and I was a new trader. My 30s were awesome. I was building myself as a trader and building my businesses and building my wealth. And in my 40s, my best year of my life is this year right now. When I turned 40 was my best year. And every year after that was better and better and better. I feel better. I feel younger. Life has been great. So if you're like, man, I'm 28 and I can't figure out my life and I'm still trying to find out what I'm going to do as a trader, dude, life didn't even, like business and wealth and all didn't even start for me until my 30s. So hang in there. You're never too old to get started with what you want to do in life. Trading is a whole journey. What kind of engineer? I'm a chemical engineer, or I was. So get the degree right there on the wall. I studied as a chemical engineer. I studied as a subspecialty reaction engineering. So I was a catalysis expert, reactor design, reaction economics, things like that was what I studied. I did research in school also. And then I got into trading in 2010. You are an engineer too? Let's go. Where did I go to school? In Houston. Oh, where did I work? I worked at Dow Chemical. So I was a reaction engineer. I ran an acrylic acid monomer reactor unit, and we made a solution of this like orange colored Gatorade looking stuff that was liquid that we sent to another part of our plant that processed it further into this black goopy stuff. And then the black goofy stuff went off to another plant that we also owned that turned it into a white powder. And then that white powder went to Huggies. This is supposed to be a baby. And they put it in diapers. So that's what I did. Did I make venom? I thought I made venom. It looked highly toxic and poisonous. But this is supposed to be a baby waving, hi. And the baby's got, here's his diaper. That's a baby with a diaper. Spider-Man venom, whatever you want to say. Is a Coke plant. Don't sniff it. Please don't sniff the polyacrylic acid polymer powder, because it will turn into gel with the water inside of your lungs, the water vapor. Noodle legs. I'm a horrible artist, by the way. How can you learn my strategy? Come to the MyFunded TV show, or you can come to my stream. I stream before this and after this. I stream all day, every day. Let's go. One contract. Hey, guys, look at this. We got res positive, which is good. Let's get the zone-to-zone hamburger trade here. Wait, how many engineers do I have in the house? You guys are asking like you're engineers yourself. Go Cougs. Yo, let's go. Whose house? Cougs' house. I got some Cougs in the house. I love it. Let's go. Yeah, I did. I was born and raised in Houston. I went to school in Houston. I love it here, man. Let's go. Cougars in the house. Engineers in the house. Computer engineer. Engineer and passing accounts. There you go. Somebody says me here. Raise hand. Structural. Biomed. E-engineering. Let's fucking go. EE. ECE. Civil. Unemployed computer science grad. Electrical engineer. Dang. Computer science engineering. Computer science. The armpit of Texas. LOL. Houston. Yep. Some people say that. Aerospace, Kimmy's, let's go. Dang, that's like 40 engineers in this chat. No wonder you guys have a tolerance for me and my nerdiness. I knew I was speaking to the choir with all this math stuff. Divorce engineer, LOL. Dang, chemical, aerospace, what the heck? It's like 100 of you saying you're engineers. That's incredible. Well, can any of you ECE folks help me solve the memory leak? Actually, I figured out what's causing the memory leak on my in my browsers, by the way. It's actually Tradeovate. Tradeovate web version is actually causing memory leaks and using up all my RAM, by the way. Very, very, very cool. Yeah, so I used to make polyacrylic acid monomers as a Kimmy. I was a reaction engineer. At Dow, they called us run plant engineers. So we were the engineer that worked in the plant that was responsible for the optimization of the actual units themselves. And I ran and maintained the plant, and it was kind of a fun job. I got to wear my blues every day. I could drive a golf cart around different side. I actually ran 3 reactor units. There were 5 total. They split them between 2 guys. It was just me and the operators getting these plants going. Giant columns, giant reactors, really, really fun. In my 20s, it's such a cool job. Be outside, get some sunshine on my face. Definitely love it. How many trades do I take per day? As many as the market usually gives me, or until I hit max profit. I would say on average, I make at least 1 to 2 trades a day. Some days the market gives me like 9 or 10. It just depends. On average, about 2 or 3. You had your grandpa work down in Michigan. Oh, very cool. Very cool. Yeah, that was good company. I had fun. It was great being 20, 26, 25 years old and getting like the job offer of a lifetime. I had no plan experience, by the way. But my boss, my mentor, he's like, I'm going to take a chance on you, kid. You seem like you're going to know your stuff, but I'm going to train you from the bottom. I'm going to teach you how to do this job. You have no experience, which is great. You seem eager to learn, which is great. I don't have to break any bad habits, but he's like, I'm going to give you this job and I'm taking a chance on you, even though you're probably like the worst of all the candidates. I had a really high GPA. I was third in my class. I had recommendations from the actual dean and the head of the department, but I had no plan experience. So I was probably the worst candidate. And he was basically like, you're like, kind of like the worst candidate for the job. But he's like, but that's why I want you, because I'm going to train you how to do it my way, and you're going to do it my way. You in? The funny, I went to the interview, and the interview was kind of cool because I walked into the interview and there was like a conference table full of people. There was like 20 people. I was so nervous too, because usually an interview, you expect to walk into an office and just chit chat with the person. But I literally like walked into a freaking ambush. And I go in there and it's just a whole table full of people. There's like guys that look like they're the bosses. There's guys that look like they're my age. There's guys that look like they worked in the plant. There's guys that they're wearing lab coats. It's just like the whole spectrum of a plant. There was like combined 40,000 IQ points sitting at that table. So as I'm sitting there, you know, I kind of like walk in there with my dress shirt and my tie. And the first thing I do when I walk in there, somebody gets from the table and goes, somebody tell Mr. Coward to take his tie off. Yeah, he's making me feel uncomfortable. Who's this? Like, they're like, who's this guy coming in here? Like, and so my boss was like, he looked at me, he goes. So like, I'm standing there in front of everybody and I take my tie off and they're like, oh God, that's better. They're like, that made me feel underdressed. And everybody was looking at each other laughing. They were totally like trolling me from the moment I walked into that office. So I was standing there and then I was kind of standing and one of the guys goes, hey, so you used to work in oil and gas, right? Well, this is chemicals. We don't know anything about the oil and gas world. So you worked in refineries and stuff, right? And I was like, yeah, I used to design refinery components. You know, I worked on something called a delayed coker. And they were like, oh, well, can you draw it for us? Show us how it works. And they're all kind of like chuckling and having a good time, completely like busting my balls in this. And this is my interview, by the way. And I was like, oh, you guys want me to draw it? They're like, sure. And so I grabbed this marker and I go up to the whiteboard and I start drawing a refinery. I'm just explaining it to them. They're asking me questions. What's that thing? And then they're telling jokes and they're saying, that drawing looks a little small. Is it that big in the plant? And I'm just like, no, this is a drawing. It's not this big in the plant. Like, is it bigger than the other thing? Anyways, after like 5 minutes of it, they were all laughing at this. But like, look, they're like, sit down, man. You're fine. You're fine. We're just fucking with you. And I was like, I felt like you guys were. And they're like, yeah, we were. And so this was really what my interview was like. And then they got to like the actual interview itself as a group of people. This is for a plant. Yeah. So in plants, it's a whole different experience. And I don't know if you guys ever worked at a plant, but it's more like they understand if you get the interview, you're smart enough to get the job. They want to see, I think, how you react on the fly to stuff, how you handle challenges, how you handle pressure, because that really is the job. At the end of the interview, after that, we sat the circle. Then they started asking me technical questions about my background, what I knew about plants. They're like, what do you know about plants? And I'm like, guys, I'm not going to lie to you. I've never worked in a plant before. I have no experience with it. And they're like, oh, that's okay. We can probably teach you what you need to know and this and that. So after the interview, it was fun. It was a fun experience, but I was like, man, I'm not qualified at all. I probably won't get this job. But on the way back to my car, my eventual boss walked with me. He like chased me out the door. He's like, hey, you want to go to lunch, by the way? I'm going to let you know. You're probably the least qualified person for the job, but we're going to offer it to you. But because you have no experience, I'm going to teach you how to do it my way, and you're going to do it my way. Are you cool with that? I was like, sounds great. He's like, all right, where do you want to go to lunch? So I got the job, and it was kind of nice. And I had a really awesome mentor, and I have to actually attribute most of my trading expertise and patience and being able to work through problems through the mentorship of this really awesome boss. And, you know, he basically taught me how to solve problems, how to think critically, and it's a really cool experience. But it's the world's craziest interview. Mostly in hindsight, what I was thinking was they were just trying to see if I was cool. That's it. Essentially, if you got in the door, you were smart enough to get the job, but they didn't want to work with you. You're going to be kind of like an asshole, you know, kind of like stressed out, easily flustered. Like basically they just want to kind of bust your balls and see if you're cool and you can handle it. So that was basically it. Yeah, draw us a plant. And I look in hindsight, I'm like, they wanted me to draw a refinery on the board. That would take a whole hour to do. As I'm explaining it and drawing it, none of them were paying attention. I don't think they care. But that was my interview, and it was really fun. Can you draw it for us? But yeah. All right, you guys. So anyways, I love dropping these amazing, you know, stories that I tell. It's really fun to drop them here for you guys. But life is cool. You know, I have such cool stories, such cool experiences, but I like to drop wisdom. Sometimes I like to drop tales of stories. Sometimes I like to drop other things like codes if they maybe come on the screen at some point. There could be something. Weekend Fun 50, is that what it was? Who need to be a trader need 50 resets? All right, anyways, you got some questions about that. Tons of engineers in here. Engineering was a fun job. I'm not gonna lie. I had a really good time, and I got a job at 25 or so, and then at 28 I got laid off because in something called the financial crisis. It's kind of such a great story because my plant had 6 engineers running it, and then 2008 happened, and then the plant was, the company was losing money. They lost some big major projects, and so they had to start trimming down. And they let go 3 of the 6 folks, and the 3 that stayed there doubled down on everybody's work and had the coolest job as a kid. And 2010 rolls around, and I get the axe, and it was kind of like a culture shock to me because it's like my first taste of real failure. I was like, man, I failed, but I didn't fail because the real reason was it was just seniority based, right? They had to let go 3 people, and the boss basically was like, I got to let go 3 of you guys, and I don't get a choice, but it's seniority based. But even I took it personal. I was kind of depressed a little bit. I was like, man, that really sucks. I had this really cool job and had this great opportunity, and then the freaking stock market crashes. Because a bunch of people can't pay their house mortgages, and then all of a sudden I'm going to lose my job over this. This is stupid. And then as a struggling 28-year-old figuring out what I wanted to do, a buddy of mine kind of got me into trading. But as an engineer, I was always I was in charge of catalyst repack, which was catalyst is stuff that goes in the reactor. And the catalyst had like metal components, part of it, part of the material was metal. And so we would study platinum and other metal prices so we can gauge like when a good time to buy our catalyst would be the best price. And I got into studying commodities markets as an engineer. And that's kind of my first taste of actual markets and commodities pricing, futures pricing. And so then my buddy was a trader and he got me into trading. Now he traded penny stocks, but I didn't touch that. I got into it and I started trading bank stocks when I first got into it. And in 2010, I was like, okay, let me try this trading thing. At the time, there wasn't like prop firms. There wasn't YouTube. There wasn't a bunch of traders. Kind of like right now, you go to YouTube and everybody's a freaking day trader. It's like in your face. At that time, it wasn't a popular thing or even a cool thing that people did. It's just like, oh yeah, I heard there's a thing called trading. People do that. There's no trading YouTubes or any of that at the time. And my buddy's like, yeah, we have this like group of people. They trade these stocks. They only cost a couple pennies and a couple bucks a piece. And that was my first taste of it. I was like, oh yeah, let me get a brokerage account. Let me try this out. But I never traded the small cap stuff because it seemed like out the door, it seemed too risky for me. And in hindsight, I'm so glad I didn't. I'm so proud of young Matt for seeing penny stocks and going, ugh. I'm like, wait, you're just betting on FDA approvals on concept drugs And if they approve, then the stock rockets. And he's like, yeah, you know, like 50 of them fail for every one of them that goes up. And I'm like, oh, I like the odds on that. All right, you guys got the codes? Awesome. Interesting segue into trading. Yeah, I got a severance package when I got laid off, which was kind of nice because that was my first capital to put into a trading account, which is nice. And it took me about 5 years to sort of say that like I got good enough at this to do this full time. Looks like we did close the gap on S&P. I'm just going to go ahead and take profit here, even though we're zone to zone. I'm sorry, NASDAQ filled its gap. While it is trying to go, I did just cash out and take profit on those accounts. This is really nice for the day because I ended up going green in all of my accounts but one, which is really nice. Let me snap a little screenshot here for you guys. Totality. Here, stack all my DOMs on top of each other, and the total is... Yeah, I did. It took $20,000 in payouts so far this month. I'm slated to get a few more next week, but that's basically where we are now. My three with one firm, my MyFundedFutures live account is there, and then this is with another firm. So this is one firm. I have three. This is the one that hit. Boo! That's the one that was the first tap on last night's oversell on that kind of monthly hedge drop here. That's the one that just took a lot of heat. And the rest of them did okay. It's not a bad day. It's been a good day. And then I traded my Real Futures account for the longest time. And on my YouTube stream, I did Real Futures account. I never really got into prop firms until recently. I built a trading platform. I built a company that's a marketplace for traders. And I built a lot of stuff over the years. And I always just traded my one futures account on stream. And then like last year, the prop firm explosion got huge after COVID. And, you know, since everyone was doing it and all of our viewers and people in our Discord were doing it, I got into it just because I wanted to be relevant in the space because everyone was doing it. I was kind of like the old crotchety guy in the corner being like, I'm never going to do this stuff. And then once I got into it, I was like, wow, props are amazing. Low risk trading. I have to risk my own capital. I get a payout. What's the pro and con? Well, the pro is I'm not risking my own money except for the entry fee, and I'm good enough to pass these things. What's the con? I pay more in taxes. Okay, well, that's fine. And it turned out to be something great because, you know, obviously there's a lot of visibility that came out of that. And, you know, we were kind of like this quiet sleeper hit with this really small cult following. And then once I started trading prop firms, we're now one of the biggest streams out there, which is crazy. There's so many people that do props. It's such a huge deal. And now I love it. Like I love the whole industry. I love everything about it. It's a great educational environment for new traders. It's a great way to learn trading, especially if you have limited capital. It's harder than real trading because of all the rules. So therefore it really prepares you for the real world. That way, when you get out there, you're watching drawdowns, you're watching your loss limits, you're setting risk and reward parameters for yourself. So you don't go out there and waste your own money. See, when I got started trading, had to go out there and waste my own money. That's the sad part. You know, in 2010, you had E-mini futures and that's it. You didn't even have micro futures in 2010. When I got into futures, there were E-minis and that's it. Imagine having no option to trade micros. Imagine taking the 10K you have your name, putting it in a trading account, and then NASDAQ blows you up in 2 days because there aren't micros to trade with. That's what it used to be like. And there were no props. There was nothing. So I'm telling you guys, you are very blessed to have what you have as a trading environment as a trader, 100%. There's a lot of benefit to the prop space, especially as a new trader. Yeah, somebody said you all take it personal when you get laid off. Yeah, it was a really big hit. I was kind of like, well, that sucks. My first thought was, oh, heck yeah. Now I don't have to go to work. Now I can just play Halo 3 every day. I know it's triggered some nostalgia for you guys. Halo 3, right? Xbox 360. I was like, yeah, that got old after the first week, but now I was like, okay, I need to make money again. But yeah, you guys are living in the golden age of prop space. Why is the market not dropping every day we come here? It just goes up like the last 2 days. We feel like it will go, but it doesn't. Because markets don't drop. They don't fall. And let me give you guys one valuable lesson before I get out here. Number one, there was a ceiling fan that blows the market up that I've been drawing every day. If you guys have been watching my Twitter, people have been memeing me. There's a fan that's just pulling the market higher. Let me tell you something. Liquid markets don't crash, number one. Number two is markets don't fall. They never fall. Let me teach you guys something really cool. Markets never fall. They never actually do. If you were to stop pushing the market, it stays. It doesn't fall, it stays. Market is like a helium balloon that you're setting a swimming pool and you're holding above water. We can push it lower, like pushing a balloon underwater, but once you let go of the balloon, it pops back up to the top and stays there. And then once a strong enough wind blows it off the water, then it starts to float again. Markets inflate because of inflation. Anything with tangible value will inflate due to inflation. Anything from things you buy at a store to a stock will go up 2% a year just because of inflation. Everything goes up in value because of inflation. The reason stocks go up in value due to inflation is just because the company's sales go up every year, even with no new sales activity, just because the price of the goods they sell goes up. So on paper, they make more money as the years go by. If you look at a stock chart, it exponentially goes higher. This is S&P monthly chart over the last, 40 years. It just goes up and 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 will forever go up, forever. If you change the scale of this chart to a log scale, you will see, and it's in a straight line to prove that the market just has exponential growth over time. If we do price axis log scale, you will see that the stock market actually just moves in a straight line up whenever the scale is logarithmic rather than linear. So the linear move of the stock market just shows 2% growth a year due to inflation. The stock market will always go up due to inflation forever. As a matter of fact, by the time you were an old person, when you're 100 years old, the S&P chart will probably be 18,000, 20,000. It's always going to go up, go up, go up, go up, go up. Now, there are times when we push it down over temporary periods of time, but it's only temporary. Markets don't like to sell off. We push them lower, and the minute we stop pushing that balloon underwater, it pops back up and then just starts floating again. You need to stop seeing a market and feeling like the market's a giant bowling ball that's going to fall when you let go of it. As a matter of fact, the market is a balloon that you have to push down, and when you let go, it pops right back up. So you need something to push it down. The hardest habit I ever had as a new trader was doubting a bull market. I always would think if the market goes up, it's got to come down. I used to always think that. And now I don't think that. I think when the market goes up, it's going to keep going up until something brings it down. So why has it kept going up is because the market always goes up until it doesn't. And so we need a reason for it not to. And there is no reason for it not to. The stocks are being bought up from here. And until people run out of demand for the stocks market's going to go up. NVIDIA, the Mag 7. If you look to the right, the pressure in NVIDIA is still bullish. Even from here, there's willing buyers. Anytime there's willing buyers, the market's liquid enough not to crash. Apple, bullish. Amazon, bullish. Microsoft, bullish. And even though my brain wants to say, God, I'm uncomfortable buying it from here, though, as the years went by, that discomfort has just gone away. I don't feel uncomfortable. I can just tell, are there still buyers? And as long as they're buying, I'm buying. Every all-time high that you experience that makes you afraid of the market is somebody else's low 20 years from now, where it wasn't even thought of as an all-time high. Markets go up and up and up and up and up. And I only get bearish when certain things happen. I have not pushed the short button, but like 2 times in the last 2 months. Literally every one of my trades has been long. And I'm still longing to this day. I'll be bearish when key levels like hedge pressure are broken or markets fall below key levels. I have a really gauge on when the market turns bearish. Usually the day that I'm wrong and the market flips around on some news and goes the other way, I'll usually take a loss that day, and then the next day I'll be bearish. But I'm never like, okay, today's the day, maybe I'm going to short the market. Never. I've been longing straight up. Now, I'm not a perma bull either. It's because the market's bullish. I have 3 indicators that tell me that. I'm running out of time here, but 3 indicators. This indicator being greater than half means the stocks are bullish. If the S&P is above this orange line, then it's being hedged bullish. And then I have a 3-month outlook on the entire index itself with this tool right here. This tool will show me what 3 months look like and how the market is comfortably bullish here. All you need to know here is if SPY is in this dark gray box, then even here is considered a low through September. So even 624 SPY, which is all-time high, is a low for September. We are comfortably bullish here with no sign of selling off. A lot of people are like, okay, now's the time to short. This could be a low for the next wave up. So I'm letting the market tell me when I'm no longer bullish. I'm not going to guess. And I'm going to ride it till it no longer works. Imagine today if the market were to sell right into here. This is today, tomorrow, the next day, the next day. It's not strong enough of selling pressure to flip us to bear territory, which is this light gray. So I need the market next week to fall below 612, which is 100 points lower on the S&P, which is 400 points lower on the NASDAQ. If we fall 400 points lower, then maybe we can enter bear territory, and now we're bearish. But all this tells me is that the market can survive dips like this and still be bullish. And all these three of these tools have been basically the cornerstone of my trading style. And I tend to be on the right side of the trade more often than I'm not. I'm not shorting any of this. I've been still buying. Last night I bought the dip, and I attack it every day the same way until those parameters tell me the market's no longer bullish. But I never try to guess the end of a bull market. Do you like the balloon analogy? Yeah. So imagine this, right? Imagine you're Starbucks and you sell 1 million cups of coffee a year at $1 a piece. You made $1 million for the year. But imagine you raised your prices 2% because of inflation and you sold 1 million cups the same. You didn't even do any more sales. You sold the same amount, but you made 2% more money because you charged a little bit more. Therefore, your bottom line and your earnings are going to be slightly better, and there's going to be more demand for your stock. That demand will realize in a higher stock value. More money, the more price you raise, the higher your price goes up, the more money you make on paper, and your stock just goes up that amount. Even with nobody caring to buy, everything adjusts itself due to inflation. That's why you have to think about it. And the proof of that is if you put, like I said, the S&P on a log chart, it's a straight line that's always gone up, which means the stock market exponentially goes higher. Why would anything exponentially go higher? Well, if you guys remember from your basic economics class, it's compounding, right? Before I get out of here, if you guys remember that, what was that? The PERT equation, PE to the RT, your interest equation that you would have. This is this is the primary solution to ordinary differential equation, first order, right? And so this is just your PERT equation is compounding interest that looks like this. Why would something compound? Well, it's because it's gaining a certain percent a year. The compounding effect makes it go higher and higher and higher and higher exponentially. Why would something compound? Well, because it's a certain rate you gain over time, 2% a year, right? Or whatever percent a year. Nothing moves like this unless it's compounding. And two reasons we compound. Number one is inflation. Number two is population growth. You've got more and more people, more and more jobs, more and more 401ks investing in the stock market. As people exponentially grew in population, that adds to the exponential growth effect as well in the market. So the helium balloon is really what the market is. When the market stops going up, you can't think that, well, okay, now it's going up, it's got to fall. Think about this. You're a billionaire, and I'm about to get out of here. I got a minute left. You're a billionaire, and you have $1 billion invested in the market, and you bought $1 billion of the Apple stock, and Apple's gone up and up and up and up. You're a billionaire. You don't need money for anything. That doesn't mean anything to you. You're now $1 billion worth of stock is just a store of value. Just because it went up, are you like, okay, let me take out the cash because I need the cash? No, because the cash is going to inflate 2% a year and lose 2% of its value. You're going to just keep your $1 billion in the market, right? Everybody here pretending they're being a billionaire right now. So the idea is that just because something has gone up, the people that have invested in it aren't like, okay, well, let me sell for the cash. Cash is constantly burning and shrinking over time because of inflation. So nobody's in a hurry when they're winning to go out there and be scared to take profit. It's the news that drives the market. You need bad news to turn the market around, to scare people out of their longs. Billionaires are going to leave the money there. Hedge funds are going to leave the money there. And so that's why markets just don't fall. When you add that to the inflation, liquid markets just kind of stay floating. And with that being said, I'm about to float over to my own stream and finish up the afternoon. I really appreciate you guys being here. It's Friday, time to wrap up. We appreciate everybody over here. MyFunded TV. Here's my live stream. I'll be live for the rest of the afternoon. I stream all day, every day. You guys come check me out. I do all my trades fully transparent. You guys head all over there. I'll be there for the rest of the afternoon. But thank you, everybody. Thank you, MyFunded TV. Thank you to the hosts throughout the day. Thank you, everybody, for running this show. And thank you, MyFundedFutures, for all the awesome giveaways and stuff. You do this amazing community. Best community on the planet, you guys. Love y'all. We'll see you later. I'm out. My name's Matt, and we'll see you guys in a little bit. Come over to my channel.
Yeah. Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wick got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance. Pyramids of profits if you catch the right glance.
Inner circle move, shadows on the screen. Trading on the edge, chasing that dream. Cipher in the candles, fortune in the haze.